Let us start the program without wasting it.
Um, Sorry, sir. Actually, you're not audible. Can you just
Yeah,
shall we start the
now,
program? Yes, sir. Now
yeah,
you're
let
audible.
us start because now it is 3, correct?
Yeah.
3. Let us start.
Okay. Okay. So, first of all, wishing you all a wonderful National Statistics Day and a great good afternoon to all the eminent professors and participants that have gathered here. We are actually entering or starting the 9th international webinar on recent trends in statistical theory and applications. It's an online webinar that we have been conducting for the past 9 years. And actually, as organizers, we are extremely happy and proud that we are having it again today with so many eminent participants. So, before entering the official function, let us just uh, keep a moment of silence in reverence to the Almighty. Thank you. Um, the first and foremost responsibility of the organizers is, of course, to welcome the respected participants and the great professors who have agreed to be a part of this conference. Let me go into that responsibility without wasting much time. So, first of all, I would like to welcome our dear Professor C. Satish Kumar. Actually, it's a formal welcome because he's a organizer of the WSTA and also the chair of the session. Professor C. Satish Kumar needs no particular introduction. He's a professor in the Department of Statistics, University of Kerala, and also the director of the School of Mathematical Sciences, School of Physical and Mathematical Sciences. And more than that, actually, he's a person of immense energy, dedication, and extreme hard work because it is his efforts alone, with, of course, a great team that he has successfully brought together with his concern and care to others, which makes such programs possible. So, just because for formality's sake, sir, I welcome you to the inaugural session and to the conference. Now, I would like to welcome our chief guest of the day, Professor BLS Prakash Rao, the former director, Indian Statistical Institute, Kolkata, and an INSA honorary scientist, CR Rao AIMSCS, Hyderabad. He has happily accepted our invitation to inaugurate the 9th WSTA or WSTA 2024, and also to present to make a presentation, a talk on statistics and data sciences. So, from all of us organizers of the WSTA, I extend a hearty welcome to you, sir, and thank you for being a part of this program.
Thank you.
We have got a great a group of great professors among us, and I would like to extend our hearty welcome to each and every one of you. And we have Professor PM Radhamani, who is a syndicate member, University of Kerala, and also a professor in the Department of Botany, University of Kerala, retired. She's actually accepted our invitation to felicitate the program. So I welcome you, ma'am, on behalf of WSTA 2024. Then we have Professor K. Kalyanaraman, sir. Actually, he's not a professor. For us, he's actually a member of our family, our guide and guru. He's always with us in all of our endeavors, and his prayers has actually given a lot to the success of our programs. Professor K. Kalyanaraman, sir, I extend you a very hearty and respectful welcome to the program. Now we have our our previous HOD, previous emeritus professor, and dear Professor Yagin P. Thomas, sir. He had retired as a HOD, University of Kerala, and as I said about Dr. Kalyanaraman, sir, Professor Yagin Thomas, sir, is also a part of all our programs. He has always accepted our invitation to bless and to say a few words and bless the programs and be with us in all our endeavors. On in as On behalf of the WSTA organizers, I welcome Professor P. Yagin Thomas, sir, also to the inaugural session and to be a part of WSTA. Now we have two awards will be declared during this session, inaugural session. And one is the Best Paper Presentation Awards in association with IC, the international conference conducted in December 2023. And the selection was done after two rounds of paper presentations. And we have got Professor Loganathan with us, who was the jury chairperson for the selection procedures. So he'll be present. He'll be declaring the awards. I welcome you, sir, to WSTA on behalf of the organizers. Now we have another award that is to be declared, which is the Professor TSK Memorial National Level Quiz Competition Awards. The quiz competition was conducted on various levels as a commemoration of the National Statistics Day, and we have Professor Dharmaja teacher among us who will be declaring the Professor TSK Mutad Memorial National Level Quiz Competition Awards. I welcome you, dear teacher, to the inaugural session and WSTA.
Thank you.
Coming
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, coming to Dr. Riaz, who is organizing Secretary WSTA 2024. He's among us. He was one of the organizers who had provided a lot to the successful organizing and conduct of the program. He'll be delivering the vote of thanks on behalf of the organizers. Dear Riaz, I welcome you to the inaugural session. So let us quickly move into the second program of the day, that is the presidential address. Dear Professor Satish Kumar Sir, Chairman WSTA 2024, I invite you to present the presidential address. Thank you.
Very warm good afternoon, good morning, and good evening to all who are presenting in this platform, and a happy National Stats Day. We are in the inaugural function of the ninth international webinar on recent trends in statistical theory and applications 2024, in conjunction with the sixth annual convention of the Statistics Fraternity Club. And this event is, in fact, in this event, several, including Kerala Statistical Association and International Science Fraternity and our department and School of Physical and Mathematical Sciences are joining together. And we find this day very auspicious as several stalwarts in the area of statistics and statistical sciences from all over the world join together in the coming 4 days to interact with us in this virtual platform. Eminent statisticians includes our Professor B.L.S. Prakash Rao, former Director, International Indian Statistical Institute, who agreed to elaborate this conference. Professor B.C. Arnold, Batty Arnold, Emeritus Distinguished Professor, University of California. Professor Ashish Gupta, Augusta University and University of Turkey. Professor Thomas J. Kusubovsky, University of Nevada, Reno. Professor Vikas Sinka, professor from ISI. And Professor David Banks, Duke University, USA. Professor Michael Evans, the University of Toronto. Professor Sadgupta from University of North Carolina. Professor Peter Lohmanter from Sweden. Professor Gauri Datta from University of Georgia. Professor Jaya Satagopan from Rutgers University. Professor Devasis Kundu from IIT Kanpur. Professor Somesh Kumar from IIT Kharagpur. Professor Srinivas Rao, Gede from University of Dodoma, Tanzania. Several professors are there. I'm not naming all of them. You can see from the program chart of our conference, several are there and in various fields. Sorry for mentioning other names in this occasion. We have, in fact, more than 150 speakers to deliver in this platform. Among them, keynote speakers and plenary speakers, about 18, and more than 75 invited speakers. For among them, several are top class scientists in the area, and their presence make this event, this become this as a major event or a mega event in our. All these details are their details are available in the conference website. You can just go through it. Just please visit the conference website for the details. In this occasion, we are trying to honoring certain through certain sessions as well as honoring certain our well-known statisticians, especially Professor P.C. Mahalnobis, Professor C.R. Rao, and Professor H.S. Play, the best paper presentation awards in their name in this conference also. Also, we hope deliberations of this conference will enlighten the statistics fraternity to work together and generate new knowledge, which are essential for our society. Statistics community, in short, is vested with the responsibility of working hard to rise up to the requirements and expectations of the human society. As part of the conference, as mentioned by Professor Dr. Shubha Nair, yesterday we have conducted a national level online quiz competition at three levels: higher secondary, undergraduate, and postgraduate level, in honor of our former professor and head, Professor T.S.K. Mut. We hope to announce the results in this time today itself. Through also we are as mentioned earlier, there is on the declaration of the awards of the best paper awards in connection with our ICSTC 2023 December conference by Professor Yoganathan. Today we have Professor BLS Prakash Rao, our great personality and great giant in the area, is with us to inaugurate this in the international conference. Lucky to have you, Professor, with us and in this auspicious occasion. Also, Professor Radhamani from our Department of Botany she's the syndicate member of our university. So join with us for supporting and extending our blessings. Professor Kalyanaraman sir and Professor Yagin Thomas sir are also with us to extend felicitations. They are always with us while whatever we are doing as a lighting force. And I utilize this occasion to extend our respect to you, professors. And my colleagues and others are there behind us to organize these things. Kindly, for the awareness of the delegates, the certificates, e-certificates will be uploaded in the conference website after the conference. Anyone can download it from there. And so, kindly note that any updates of the conference will be displayed in the conference website. And I'm not extending too much. Thanking each one of you, professors and delegates and researchers from various parts of the globe for your sincere cooperation, support, and blessings, without which these types of events wouldn't be successful. Once again, extending my deep sense of gratitude to each one of you, I remind. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor C. Satish Kumar. Now it's time for the inaugural address and inauguration of the WSTA. And as our special guest, as our chief guest of today, we have with us Professor BLS Prakash Rao, who is the former director, Indian Statistical Institute, Kolkata, and the INSA honorary scientist and chair, CR Rao AI MSCS, Hyderabad, India. Just a few words about our dear professor. After completing his BA honors with gold medal, he did his MStat in the Indian Institute, ISI, Kolkata, and then his PhD from Michigan State University. He joined his teaching profession in IIT Kanpur and then moved to ISI New Delhi, from where he retired in 2004. Later, he's attached to many foreign universities like the University of Montreal, the University of Wisconsin, the University of California, University of Iowa. He was also the distinguished scientist and director ISI Kolkata, the Jawaharlal Nehru Chair Professor in 1992, and he has actually adorned various posts of significance in the field of statistics. His area of interest is basically applied mathematics, analysis, and probability theory, and he has nearly 384 research publications, including nearly 300 papers, various books, and chapters in various books. We are extremely privileged to have you among us as our chief guest of the day, sir, and I request you to inaugurate WSTA and deliver the inaugural address. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Satish Kumar for inviting me to inaugurate this seminar and then deliver the address. So my talk will be a short one because I have a long one due in another half an hour. So I'll just speak a few things what connected with today, especially June 29th. So today is June 29th, 2024. It is the 18th National Statistics Day, which is also 132nd birthday of Professor P.C. Mahalanobis. Prashant Chandra Mahalanobis, generally known as PCM, and in ISI he is known as a professor. There is only one professor in ISI, and PCM was always called professor. So Prashant Chandra Mahalanobis was an Indian statistician responsible for developing Indian statistical system and for establishing the internationally renowned Indian Statistical Institute. PCM was born on June 29, 1893 and died on June 28, 1972 at the age of 78, a day before his 79th birthday. So it's very interesting that he passed away just a day before his birthday. PCM discovered the utility of statistics and statistical methods in studying the problems of meteorology and anthropology. PCM was not content with laying the foundations of statistics in India. He advocated for an international program for education in statistics, especially in those countries which do not possess the presence or potential resources of trained personnel. The International Statistical Education Center, also called ISEC, was started in the year 1950, jointly operated by Indian Statistical Institute and the Government of India, and is located in the campus of ISI. PCM has made important contributions to statistical methods for data analysis. He introduced a distance concept in statistics, now known as Mahalanobis distance. It is one of the most widely used metrics to measure distances between groups or populations based on measurements in multiple dimensions. It is used for cluster analysis as well as classification in big data problems now. PCM proposed this distance in the year 1930, and it is denoted by d square in statistical literature. This distance does not depend on the scale of measurement. Mahalanobis distance is not just only a fundamental contribution to the classification problem in general and taxonomic classification in particular, but also plays an important role in machine learning now and pattern recognition. Big data of the present day. That means even now it is very important in these new fields, maybe even in artificial intelligence. This concept is also found to be useful by Taguchi for developing diagnostic measurement systems, which are now known as Mahalanobis-Taguchi systems, MTS. Another important contribution of PCM was the idea of large-scale sample surveys. He has introduced the concept of pilot surveys and suggested sampling methods for surveys to study subjects such as consumer expenditure, crop acreage, prevalence of plant disease for the first time in the world. The planning, preparation, and the findings of the survey were presented in an article in the journal Sankhya and in the journal Asiatic Review in 1946. Starting from the first large sample survey in the whole world for jute forecast in 1946, over the years. PCM considered large-scale surveys as a key branch of the subject statistics. He was instrumental in establishing the National Sample Survey, or sometimes known as NSS, organization in 1950, and the Central Statistical Organization, CSO, in 1951. Mahalanobis introduced the technique of interpenetrating subsamples to check the data accuracy in the surveys by cross-checking by an independent set of investigators for data collection. The desire to have built-in cross-checks of errors in sampling led him to introduce the idea of interpenetrating subsamples, which is now considered as the precursor for resampling methods like bootstrap in the theory of statistical inference. So the bootstrap is the one which now present in the vogue. There is some indication of similar nature or interpreting subsamples to evaluate the use of the investigators and their surveys through interpreting subsamples. PCM was an institution builder. Indian Statistical Institute is a mighty monument of his handicraft. It is said, I quote, "Not armies, not nations advance the race, but here and there, in the course of ages, an individual stood up and cast his shadow in the world," unquote. This is true of Professor Prasanta Chandra Mahalanobis. PCM's birth centenary was celebrated in the year 1993. During the period of 1992 to 95, when I was the director of Indian Statistical Institute, Indian Council of Social Science Research, or ICSSR, supported a project leading to the book Prasanta Chandra Mahalanobis, a biography by Ashok Rudra, by late Ashok Rudra actually. This book was published in the year 1996 by the Indian Statistical Institute and the Oxford University Press. The day June 29th, PCM's birthday, is observed every year as the National Statistics Day, just as December 12th is observed as National Mathematics Day, because December 12th is the date for Ramanujan's birthday. The subject of statistics is undergoing change in the new avatar as data science. So let us see where it will all lead to. So I will talk about the statistics and its connection with data science in my lecture shortly. So I'm happy to inaugurate this webinar, which has become a regular feature thanks to Professor Satish Kumar and his group. Thank you very much. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to inaugurate this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Professor. Now, we have with us three eminent individuals who are here to felicitate the function. First of all, I would like to invite Professor P.M. Radhamani, syndicate member, University of Kerala, and retired professor in the Department of Botany, University of Kerala. Dear ma'am, please say a few words. Thank you. Radhamani ma'am. I think.
Okay.
Oh,
Good
okay,
afternoon
ma'am.
to all. Good afternoon to all. The president of the session, Professor C. Satish Kumar, the chairman of WSTA 2024. Then Professor BLS Prakash Rao, the former director Indian Statistical Institute, and the respected Professor Kalyaraman sir and Professor Yagin Thomas sir. Then Dr. Shubha Nair, then Secretary ISF, and Dr. Riaz, the organizing secretary of this webinar, and the delegates and eminent scientists and professors from different parts of our country as well as abroad. Then, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to felicitate this international webinar. And also, I am very happy to see the names of Professor Kalyaraman sir, as well as Professor Yagin Thomas sir. Kalyaraman sir was my guru or teacher during my MSc in the botany department. So I am very happy to see you, sir, here. Then we know that without a statistic, there is no scientific studies in research. Then here I'm very happy to see that the Department of Statistics is conducting this kind of seminar for the last 9 years. From Professor Satish sir, we came to know that for the coming 4 days there is a eminent personalities, eminent scientists and teachers, professors from different part of our country as well as the international reputation also presenting or giving deliberation to this webinar. I think in the coming 4 days, there is a academic feast for the coming 4 days. As far as a researcher or a scientist is concerned, this participation or participating in a seminar is or webinar is play an inevitable role, because in this kind of seminars or webinar or conferences, there is a dissemination of knowledge takes place. This here the knowledge means the first hand information or first hand knowledge from the or newly generated knowledge from the as a research outcome is disseminated here. So for the coming 4 days, there is a lot of there will be a lot of deliberations are there. I suggest or I advise the participants to actively participate in this seminar by asking so many questions, or may actively participate in the discussion part also, and take the advantages of this seminar. Once again, I congratulate all the team behind the success of this seminar, and all the organizing members. Once again, congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear ma'am, for your words of encouragement and support. Now, I would like to request Professor K. Kalyanaraman, sir, former professor, Department of Statistics, University of Kerala, and our well-wisher and guru, to please say a few words. Kalyanaraman, sir, over to you, sir.
Good afternoon to all. Dr. Satish Kumar, Dr. R. Tilmani, and respected Professor BLS Prakash, my dear colleague Dr. Hakim Thomas. It's a great occasion to be back in the University Department of Statistics function, connected with the National Statistics. There is some mic is on and it is disturbing. So, National Statistics Day, where India celebrates and recognizes the importance of statistics in socio-economic planning. So, it is on the 29th of June every year to commemorate, as mentioned earlier by our respected Professor P.C. Malunobis, and the purpose is to raise awareness among the public of what you call public about the statistics and the data used in governance. No, actually, this National Statistics Day was started after I retired from service. It was 2007. They started, and to raise public awareness among people about the importance of statistics. Actually, the Ministry of Statistics and program implementation, they define, they choose one particular theme every year for this function, that is the National Statistics Day. So this day, the they have chosen the topic use of data for decision making as the important topic for celebration as far as National Statistics Day is concerned. Actually, this started the whole work of Professor P.C. Malunobis was started in the year 1931 with ISI coming up in Calcutta. At the same time, I would like to say that the Kerala, in Kerala, the Maharaja of Travancore, Balarama Verma, started a research center with 3 departments. One is chemistry, another one aquatic biology, another one is statistics. The statistics happen to be a very important aspect in the governance of Travancore. In the early days, they conducted a lot of agricultural surveys to substantiate, to improve the system available at the time in the Travancore state. Actually, Professor U.S. Nair was having twofold, say what you call work. One is to develop the academic side from the Central Research Institute. Another one is on the government side to develop the statistical system of the government of Kerala. Now, the two things are available, one with University of Kerala as the Department of Statistics, where our youngsters are doing wonderful work, and the other one is the Department of Economics and Statistics as far as the government is concerned, which is collecting information for purpose of governance. So this particular effort by the government of India from 2007 is to celebrate this day with seminars, workshops, publications, competition and contests, exhibition, publication, etc. So the objective is whatever that we do on this day is only to make the use of statistics aware among the public. It's also to extend our appreciation of the work done by statisticians and data professionals to promote data-driven decision making. That is why they have chosen data-driven decision making as the important topic for this year National Statistics Day, is because it provides empirical evidence and it provides transparency of the government, and then it provides efficiencies of allocation of resources. So, with this purpose, they have included, so our analysis and deliberations may be more on concentrating these things. So, I am again saying that I am happy that I am part of this program with the program organized by Dr. Satish Kumar and his associates. And always, as Subha was saying earlier, whatever program that you are doing, I'm always with you. And I congratulate you on this particular day for the excellent convergence of researchers for the next 4 days. So all the best for the function to go for the next 3 days. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Professor, for the inspiring words. Actually, your words have always helped us to get a clearer picture each time about the history of the subject and its importance in the state as well as the country. Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to request our dear Professor Yagin Thomas, sir, former HOD, Department of Statistics, and Emeritus Professor, Department of Statistics, University of Kerala. Professor Yagin Thomas, as I said about Professor Kalyanaraman, sir, Professor Yagin Thomas was also always there as a support and motivation and as a blessing in all our programs. I request you, sir, to say a few words of felicitation. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Dear organizers, esteemed invitees, and those linked for attending the 9th International Webinar on Recent Trends in Statistics Theory and Applications 2024. First of all, I greet you all with your best wishes on behalf of the WSTA 2024 Department of Statistics, University of Kerala, India. You all know that today is the birthday of our late Professor P.C. Mogalanobis. To commemorate the enormous contributions made in statistics and honor Professor PCM, during 2007, the Government of India took a decision to celebrate May 29 of every year as Statistics Day and published this decision in the Gazette of India on June 5, 2007. On this day, associated with 18th commemorating ceremony of Professor P.C. Mogalanobis, the Department of Statistics has organized this 19th International Webinar on Recent Trends in Statistical Theory and Applications 2024. Through this conference, to commemorate our Professor PCM, I like to read a part of condolence talk delivered on 29th June 1972 in Indian Statistical Institute, Kolkata, on the occasion of the demise of our great professor. The condolence talk goes like this. The talk is like this. The first Statistics Day was celebrated on June 29, 2007 to commemorate Professor Mogalanobis. We have gathered here this morning for a special service dedicated to the memory of an outstanding personality of our times, Professor P.C. Mogalanobis. A person like him is born perhaps once in several generations. A person like him is born perhaps once in several generations. The professor, as we called him endearingly, as he was known to the scientific community and in the government circles in India, is no longer physically with us. Death snatched him away when he was still active, involved in creating new knowledge and spreading it in the world for the benefit of humanity. He worked with great devotion till the last breath of his life, inspired by higher ideals and with the spirit of mission that sustained the great sages of India. In India, as elsewhere, we do have some learned people, but most of them do not care to put their knowledge into action. On the other hand, we have a very large number of persons who act with haste, unaware of their insufficient knowledge for their own gain. Both categories cause immense harm to themselves and to the society they live in. Very few persons act with adequate knowledge, not seeking the fruits of their labor, which only can bring good to the world, and this distinguishes wise people from the rest of the humanity. Professor P.C. Mogalanobis belonged to this tiny minority of chosen people who are born with a mission in life, who are guided by the divine light, who understand what is to be done and act bravely with the convictions. I cannot think of any other professor in recent times who distinguished himself in so many diverse fields as Professor Mogalanobis, be it arts, literature, or science. He had a highly original approach to any problem, which led to fundamental contributions. Everyone knows him as the founder of Indian Statistical Institute, the architect of the second five-year plan of India, and a close associate of Rabindranath Tagore. All those in the statistical profession are aware of his deep contributions to statistical theory, his efforts in providing a sound database to Indian economy, and the part played in placing India not far from the center of statistical map of the world, not far from the center of statistical map of the world. Those who have been closely associated with him have witnessed his indomitable courage in fighting opposition for a good cause and clearing obstacles for propagating right principles. We missed the professor who opened the doors of many new knowledge for us, who encouraged and inspired us in our work, and under whose care and protection we grew. Above all, we miss his love and affection. It is said, not armies, not nations advance the race, but here and there, in the course of ages, an individual has stood up and cast his shadow on the world. This is true of Professor Mahalanobis, the impact of whose personality and contributions will be felt for a long time to come. The above condolence message was delivered in ISI by none other than Professor C.R. Rao, who also demised on 27 October 2023 at an age of 1 or 2 years. The above condolence message exhibits the large extent of grief on the minds of the statistical community at that time and the volume of contributions made in statistics by Professor P.C. Mahalanobis. By every invited talk, presentation of papers, we all pay our tributes to this great professor on this Commemorance Day. I wish you all to have best time all through the days of this conference. I congratulate the organizers for arranging this conference. Thanking you.
Thank you, dear Professor, for the inspiring words and for sharing that those that uh, I think it was a speech with us. Actually, the speech gave us a very clear idea of who Professor Mahalanobis was and what his contributions were in the country for our subject. Thank you, sir, once more. So now we have reached another important milestone of the program, that is the declaration of awards. The first set of awards that are to be declared is the Best Paper Presentation Awards, which were conducted as part of the ICOSDA 2023. The selection was done in a two-tier basis, and I think I would like to request Professor Loganathan sir, the convener of the jury committee. Professor Loganathan sir is a professor at Manonmaniam Sundarnar University. He was the convener of the jury committee for the selection of the awards. I request Professor Loganathan sir to please take on the mic and introduce the jury members as well as give a short description of the awards and the awardees.
Thank
Loganathan sir.
you. Thank you, Dr. Subbanayal. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Subbanayal and Professor Satish Kumar, Professor Yagin Thomas. It's a pleasant good evening from India. Our happy National Statistics Day wishes to you all. And it's the board of juries. On behalf of the board, I am presenting here to you. My fellow juries are Professor R.L. Shinde, Savitribai Phule, Pune University, Professor R.L. Shinde, he's with us, and Professor Devendra Kumar of University of Delhi. The organizers, after screening, gave us 17 finalists for 6 Best Presentation Awards instituted in the names of 6 great professors: Professor U.S. Nair, Professor Alayama George, Professor R. Krishnapillai, Professor P.S.J. Nair, Professor Jacob Sundararaja, Professor R.N. Pillai. We juries, Professor R.L. Shinde, Professor Devendra Kumar, and myself, conducted the paper presentation awards. We were asked by the organizers to evaluate each presentation on 6 criteria. Out of 17 finalists, 14 of them presented their works. We conducted the sessions in 2 days. We thank all the contestants, all the 14 contestants. All are good works, no doubt. However, since there are only 6 awards, we juries recommend, based on the scores, 6 contestants for the awards. On behalf of my fellow juries, Professor R. Shinde and Dr. Devendra Kumar, I take this opportunity to declare the names of the awardees. The Rank number 1, Miss Ashwati S. for the work on the discrete new excellently distribution and its properties. Rank 2, Mr. Sri Vallabha S. for the work on impact of seasonal level shift outlier on forecasting time series. Rank 3 to Ms. Sini KP for the work on a new generalized family of distributions based on Nadaraja Hagigi distribution. Rank 4, Dr. Jito Jose for the work on an effective approach for modeling bivariate real life information. Rank 5 to Ms. Benita Susan Anian for the work on quadratic transmuted neurosophic exponential distribution, properties, estimation, and applications in neurosophic data modeling. Rank 6 to Mr. Subham Nibatkar for the work on universally optimal multivariate crossover designs. All are different topics. Now, on behalf of on behalf of the board of juries, I thank the organizers for giving us this opportunity. We also congratulate and appreciate Professor Satish Kumar, Professor Reyes, and their team for their consistent efforts and giving us this opportunity. Thank you. Did you hear the names of the awardees, or shall I read it once again?
Yeah, it was audible, sir.
I will pass the information to the organizers
Yeah.
through email.
We
Did you
shall.
hear the names of the awardees, Professor?
Yes, sir, we heard.
That's fine. You please send to Dr. Subha so
Yes.
that we can take it into, we can display through our website and also send to other medias. No problem.
Definitely.
Okay,
Thank
sir.
you, Professor Shinde and Devendra Kumar, for your support.
Congratulations to all.
Thank you.
Best luck to others for next time.
Sure. All
So
are good ones.
congratulations. Yes.
And we were given opportunities to see the
Sir,
excellent
Satish sir,
works on various
Satish
topics.
sir,
In
Satish sir.
case, if there is those participants are there in this group, please switch on their camera and say hi. Yeah, okay, bros, at least.
Ashwati,
Yeah, Jito is here. Okay, hi. Congrats.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Jito Jose, Vanita Susan Anian, Shubham Nipatkar.
Well, okay. All the best.
Congratulations to you all.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you
Yeah.
so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Satish sir, Professor Satish, I think
Yeah.
you have to give the list along with the awards also, because we have given rank 1 to 6. So rank
Yes.
1,
Okay.
which
Yeah, yeah.
award it goes to
Yeah.
rank 1. That you have to publish.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
sir.
That's
Sure.
sure.
I-
Okay.
I will, Professor Shinde, I will send the score sheet itself
Yeah.
to the organizers. The score sheet along with the ranks.
Yes.
Okay, sir.
Thank
That's
you.
fine.
Thank you.
That's fine.
Thank you.
So, congratulations, dear winners, one again. Actually, the competition was very tight. The
Yes,
initial selection was done from among more than 100 participants, and out of that 100, we had what you call selected 18. Actually, one was absent, so 17 paper presenters were shortlisted from the 100 initial competitors. So, actually, the win that you had is really great. Congratulations once again. Now
Congrats.
we are going to the next award of that we are going to declare now, which is the Professor TSK Mutad Memorial National Level Quiz Competition Awards. Actually, it was a quiz competition conducted in commemoration of the National Statistics Day. And to declare the awards, we have Professor Dharmaja among us. She is a retired HOD from Government Women's College, Trivandrum. Dharmaja teacher, over to you.
Thank you, Shibaji. Mm, On this auspicious day of the inaugural ceremony of WSTA, I congratulate Dr. C. Sadish Kumar and the organizers for organizing such a wonderful event. And I'm very happy to announce uh, the winners of this. With these quotes, scientific laws are not advanced by the principle of authority or justified by faith or medieval philosophy. Statistics is the only court of appeal to new knowledge. Wishing you all a happy Statistics Day celebration. Over 1,000 candidates from all over India took part in the competition for testing winners, testing their knowledge in statistics of Professor TSK Mutadu Memorial National Online Quiz Competition 2024, conducted on 28 June 2024 between 4 p.m. and 4:30 p.m. These are the winners. In higher secondary level, 3 are chosen, and they are Ms. Nidhi Rakesh Jain, Swami Vivekananda Junior College, Maharashtra; Mr. Tejas Vilas Basme, Modern College of Arts, Commerce and Science, Shivaji Nagar, Pune; Ms. S. Madhuri, NRI Junior College, Andhra Pradesh. Shall I present?
You can continue, teacher. Even then, if those candidates are here in the group, please switch on their camera and just to say.
And in the undergraduate level,
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
in the undergraduate level, there are 6 winners, of which are Mr. Pavan Hemra Sapkhale, MJ College, Jalgaon, Maharashtra; Mr. Christian J. G. Ya, Balanga State University, the National Engineering University; Ms. Dia Somchen, Kusat, India; Ms. Preeti, Lucknow University, India; Mr. Ubay S., Devamada College, Kurvelangala, Kerala; Ms. Dimple Jose, St. Dominic's College, Kanjirapalli. Next.
If anyone is here in the group, please just to show your. Okay.
Postgraduate level, we have chosen 6 candidates as winners, of which are Mr. Devesh Kumar Trivedi from University of Lucknow, India; Ms. Elizabeth Joy, Maharajas College, Ernakulam; Ms. Shruti Kanaji Patel, Shivaji University, Kolhapur; Ms. Shraddha Ramkant Avatade, Institute of Science, Nagpur; Ms. Vibha Srichand, Manipal University; Ms. Shaijal Shahaji Magdam from Shivaji University, Kolhapur. I wish you all the best wishes and congratulate you for the success in the Professor TSK Mutadu Memorial National Online Quiz Competition.
The possibilities also, if there is anyone, please you can show your face if they're in the group. Anyone is there. Okay. Okay, teacher.
I extend my sincere gratitude to my guide, Dr. C. Sadish Kumar, and Director of School of Physical and Mathematical Sciences, University of Kerala, for giving me an opportunity and considering me as eligible for announcing the winners of Professor TSK Mutadu Memorial, who is Mutadu sir is also my teacher. And congratulations to the organizers, winners of the quiz competition, winners of the projects, and all those participants. Wishing you all success. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you,
Subhaji.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, dear teacher, for announcing the awards, and a big congratulations to all the winners, because the competition again was all India and it was a very tough competition. So big congratulations to all the winners. We are reaching actually the end of our inaugural session, and we are sort of slightly pressed for time also. So now is the time to express our gratitude to all those who are with us in all our endeavors. And I would like to request Dr. A. Riaz, the organizing secretary WSTA, to deliver the vote of thanks. Riaz?
Thank you, teacher. Good afternoon, everyone. It is my duty to thank all the dignitaries present for making this event a grand success. First of all, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our chief guest and esteemed professor, Professor BLS Prakash Rao, former director ISA Calcutta, for being a constant support to all of our programs and for inaugurating WSTA 2024. Next, I would like to thank Professor Radhamani teacher, members indicate University of Kerala and the retired professor from Department of Botany who were kind enough to felicitate our program. Next, I extend my sincere gratitude to our former professor, Department of Statistics, University of Kerala, Kalyan Raman sir, to felicitate this program. Now I express my sincere thanks to Professor Yagin sir, former professor and head of the department, to felicitate this program. Now I express my sincere thanks to the chairman of the jury member, Professor Loganathan sir, and the other jury members, Professor BLS Rao sir and Devendra Kumar sir, for their services and their
Shinde.
continuous support to our
Arun
program.
Shinde.
Arul Shinde, okay. Now I express my sincere thanks to Professor Dharmaja teacher, who is also with us for her kind service.
Thank
Now
you,
I
Riya.
express my
Thanks a lot.
sincere, okay. Now I express my sincere gratitude to Professor Sadish sir, the guide of me and the chairman of WSTA 2024 for his continuous support and taking so much effort to the success of our international webinar. Now I express my sincere thanks to Professor Shubar Nair, the Secretary ISF, for her support and all the uh, other and her continuous support to our program. Now I express my sincere thanks to all the award winners and the dignitaries present here for sharing their knowledge with us. And once again, I thanks all the dignitaries presented here on behalf of the WSTA 2024. So thank you all.
Thank you, Riya.
Thank you, Riaz. So we are actually reaching the end of the official inaugural session. I request all of you to just please take a moment for the national anthem. जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे respected professors and dear participants, now we are entering the technical sessions of WSTA, the 9th International Webinar on Recent Trends in Statistical Theory and Applications. And we as organizers welcome each and every one of you to this journey of information and enhanced knowledge in the in the area of statistics, in statistical academia. We'll be meeting a number of eminent professors, a number of researchers in this process, and we really hope that this few days will be extremely intellectually you'll feel intellectually stimulated in this journey. So we are entering the first technical session of the conference, which is a keynote address. And the chair of the session is Dr. K. Kalyanaraman sir, University of Kerala, former professor, University of Kerala. And we have with us Professor BLS Prakash Rao sir to present to present the talk for us. I request Professor Kalyanaraman sir to please take over the session.
Thank you, Dr. Shubha. I'm extremely happy to be part of this conference wherein a great person like BLS Prakash Rao will be delivering the keynote address. To say about BLS Prakash Rao, I do not know whether I'm really qualified at that level, but still I have my own appreciation for him, even though just like an Ekalavian, because I have not except the last conference. And actually, I have collected some information with BLS Prakash Rao, which is really amazing. Dr. BLS Prakash Rao was born in the year 1942. He got his BA degree in mathematics in the Andhra University. Later, he is moved on to Indian Statistical Institute for his MStat and his PhD from the Michigan State University. And after these academic achievements in the college level and regular level, he won some wonderful awards, which is really, really enviable because he was won the Sandhi Swarup Bhatnagar Award for Science and Technology in the year 1982. And after that, he was awarded by the Michigan State University for Best Alumni in 1996. And he also had the National Award in memory of P.V. Sukhatmi in 2008. The India Society for Probability and Statistics awarded him C.R. Rao Lifetime Achievement Award 2022. He is an elected fellow of Institute of Mathematics and Statistics, National Science Academy, Indian Academy of Sciences, and National Academy of Sciences. These are achievements which are very much for any person who is called as academicians. After that, he served in many institutes worldwide, wonderful leading institutes. Apart from ISI, he was working as a visiting professor in University of California, Berkeley, University of Illinois, and University of Wisconsin, Purdue University, University of California, Davis, and the University of Iowa. So these are some of his academic achievements, and he has written a lot of papers, and his books are wonderful books in the sense that they are to be classified as classical books. Some of the books are in very hi-fi terms, like associated sequences, demi-martingales, and non-parametric inference, and statistical inference for factorial diffusion process. Third, another book in 2010, the first course in probability and statistics. Then 1999, statistical inference for diffusion process, and 1999, semi-martingales on the decision, statistical inference, and the identifiability of stochastic models, characterization of probability distributions, asymptotic theory of statistical inference, and non-parametric functional estimation. And final, he brought out a very excellent book in 1980, along with BLS Prakash Rao and Basavan Prakash Rao, which titled Statistical Inference for Stochastic Process. Actually, I was introduced to Prakash Rao by my professor, Professor K. N. Venkataraman of Betta University, only through that book has a small write-up on what you call branching process, and you can read that, you will know about branching process. That is, So that's a wonderful book that I came across from BLS Prakash Rao. Organizers, I thank Professor Prakash Rao having accepted this invitation to deliver his keynote address. Now I hand over the mic to B.S. Prakash Rao. A request, sir, that we speak for 45 minutes. I think that you can go to 40 minutes, 5 minutes for art. Thank you. So over to Dr. Prakash.
Thank you, Professor Kalyan Raman. So now I request Professor Satish Kumar to display those transparencies. If somebody, somebody can help me. Yeah, there it is. Well, several of you might know, my major interest was the influence for stochastic process, on which I have worked for the last 40, 50 years. And basically, I'm a mathematician and then a statistician. So my major interest were in these two fields. But then during the last few years, I found out statistics is taking a different avatar or a shape. So I thought I should get into this and find out what is happening. Because when I learned the statistics starting from 1960, it was, even employment-wise, there are not many positions now at that time. So, but now data science and statistics is the most sought after subject. Wherever you go, you hear about data science and so on. So I thought, let me find out, are statistics and data science, are they same or are they different? So that was my motivation, and I'll present some of the things which of course I gathered from various sources, and let you know and leave it to you to find out the difference. But I think I have come to the conclusion there is a difference, but I'll let you know in a few minutes. Next slide, please. Next. Yeah. Decision making in all spheres of activity involves uncertainty. If rational decisions have to be made, they have to be based on past observation of the phenomenon. The subject of statistics consists of methods of data collection, model building, and inference from the data collected. Validation of the model and refinement of the model are the key steps and building blocks in any rational decision-making process. Next, please. Data science or data analytics, as it is sometimes named, is the science of examining, cleaning, transforming, and modeling data with the goal of discovering useful information available in the data for possible decision making. It involves a combination of techniques and methods from the subjects of statistics, of course now computer science, machine learning, and information technology. Next, please. Data analytics is used in various fields like business, science, and engineering to analyze and make sense of data in order to solve problems of uncertainty, such as identifying trends and make informed decisions. Data analytics can be descriptive to look at past data to understand what happened. There are various reasons data analytics can be done. I'm talking about that. Data analytics can be descriptive to look at past data to understand what happened, can be diagnostic to understand why something has happened, can be predictive to forecast future outcomes, or can be prescriptive for recommending actions based on insights. Next, please. In a review of book on data science, several books have come. This is one reviewer has reviewed this another book on data science. He commented, I quote, when trying to define data science, the ancient Buddhist parable of the blind men and the elephants springs to mind. The entrepreneur, the academic researcher, and the university administrator approach the beast in turn and examine it, but report something different. The entrepreneur sees the training of a generation of data workers to deal with large data sets as a business opportunity. That's what most of the people are doing now. The university administrator hears the siren's call of new programs and students, while the academic researcher is still trying to figure out where the science is. An exact definition of data science remains elusive. Complete the quote. Next, please. The subject of statistics is undergoing a change. Several departments of statistics are trying to rename their departments as the Department of Data Science and awarding degrees in data science programs. It is now what can be termed as data science moment. The question is whether data science is really different from statistics. Next, please. According to the Data Science Association of USA, see, already you can see that there is also a special association for this, besides American Statistical Association, Institute of Mathematical Statistics, like that. According to Data Science Association, I quote, data science means the scientific study of creation, validation, and transformation of data to create meaning. A data scientist is a professional who uses scientific methods to liberate and create meaning from raw data. Somebody who can play with data, spot trends, and learn truths few others know, unquote. Next, please. According to the American Statistical Association, I quote, "Well, there is not yet a consensus on what precisely constitutes data science. Three professional communities are emerging as a foundational to data science. One, database management to enable the transformation, conglomeration, and organization of data resources. Number two, statistics and machine learning to convert data into knowledge. Number three, distributed and parallel systems to provide the computational infrastructure to carry out data analysis. Statistics and machine learning play a central role in data sciences." So now, because this data science and big data, they come in large numbers, usual methods of calculation will not work because the data runs into millions. So, for example, if you want to do goodness of fit, such things, it's just not possible. Next, please. Data science can be considered as a superset of the fields of statistics, machine learning, and now AI, which adds some technology for scaling up to big data. Next, please. You see the figure, I have done a Venn diagram here. You have these three sets: computer science, statistics, and domain knowledge. And the intersection of all these three sets is machine learning and data science. So data science has a part of is from machine learning. It has part of statistics, part of computer science, and of course everything comes. You should also have the domain knowledge on which you are working. Next, please. The idea is to learn from data. Data science has become a fourth approach to scientific discovery in addition to experimentation, modeling, and computation. Next, please. Data science leading to scientific discovery and practice involves the collection, management, processing, analysis, visualization, and interpretation. So all this part of data science. So collecting the data, management, processing the data, managing the data, and storing rather, processing the data, analyzing the data, visualization, and finally interpreting for public use. So this involves associated with the diverse scientific and interdisciplinary applications. Data scientist is a professional who uses scientific methods to discover and create meaning from raw data. Statistics also means the practice of science of collecting and analyzing numerical data in samples large as well as small. Next, please. To a statistician, this definition of statistics seems already to encompass anything that the definition of data scientist might think. As you can see from the last slide, just like statistician, data scientist also collects data and interprets data. However, a lot of statistical work deals with inferences to be made from small samples as well as large samples. The question is data science just a rebranding of statistics. So that's what we have to discuss now. Is it a rebranding or is something more to the subject of statistics? Why do we need data science when we had statistics for the last 100 years? Next, please. When physicists do mathematics, they do not say that they are doing number science. Because after all, if you go to a physics book, you can see they apply differential equations, but it is not a different subject, it is mathematics. They are doing mathematics. If you are analyzing data, you are doing statistics, no matter by what name you call it. You can call it data science or informatics or big data analytics, but it is still statistics. Next, please. Some people think big data is different from statistics, but is a part of data science. This is not correct. Statisticians have been working with large data sets for several decades. For example, in the beginning of this conference, in my lecture, in inaugural address, I talk about large-scale sample surveys. There, Mahalanobis was working on a large data sets which he got it from large sample surveys. So statisticians have been working with large data sets for several decades. In fact, as a mathematical statistician, I have been also working on what are called asymptotics, dealing with the large samples for decades. Next, please. The concept of sampling and sufficiency deal with large samples effectively. In statistics, we have the notion of sufficient statistic, and we do sample surveys to get information about the population. So the concept of sampling and sufficiency deal with large samples effectively, and they were formulated by statisticians dealing with large data sets. Next, please. Computer scientists seem to think that data science is concerned with really big data, which traditional computing packages and other resources could not accommodate, and data science trainees need additional skills to analyze big data sets. This is true. I will talk about it a little later. Next, please. More than 60 years ago, actually in 1962 to be specific, more than 60 years ago, John Tukey, professor of statistics at Princeton University, called for a reformulation of academic statistics, that is, statistics we teach for our undergraduate and master's students. His paper on the future of data analysis was published in the Annals of Mathematical Statistics, volume 33, pages 1 to 67. It's a long paper, 67 pages long. And in those days, he didn't call it data science, but he called it data analysis. He pointed out the existence of an as yet unrecognized science whose subject of interest was data analysis. Next, please. Data science involves the coupling of scientific discovery and practice, which in turn consists of the collection, that is, collecting the data, management, processing, analysis, visualization, and interpretation of vast amounts of heterogeneous data associated with a diverse array of scientific and interdisciplinary applications. See, the notion of histograms, scatter plot, which we teach our students in the undergraduate course in statistics, they are not useful for when you have a large amount of data. You need new techniques. Next, please. Large data sets are encountered in meteorology, human genomics, biological and environmental research. They are also present in other areas such as internet search, finance like stock market, and business informatics. Data sets are big as they are gathered using sensor technologies. Next, please. There are also examples of big data in areas which we can call big science and science for research. Next, please. So there is this big data not just comes in finance and meteorology and things like that. It also comes in science. For instance, this experiment called done by the physicists in Geneva a few years ago. These include Large Hadron Collision Experiment, which represent about 150 million sensors delivering data at 40 million times per second. There are nearly 600 million collisions per second. After filtering and not recording 99.999%, there are 100 collisions of interest per second. The Large Hadron Collider experiment generates more than a petabyte of data per year. And another example is astronomical data collected by Sloan Digital Sky Survey is another example of a big data. Next, please. Decoding human genome, which took earlier 10 years to process, can now be done in a week or possibly in a day also, or even in an hour now. It's very expensive, but it can be done. This is also an example of a big data. So you can go and ask what is the combination of a DNA. So then they will go through and then they will prepare. Human genome database is another example of a big data. A single human genome contains more than 3 billion base pairs. The 1000 Genomes Project has 200 terabytes of data. Human brain data is another example of a big data. A single human brain scan consists of data on more than 200,000 voxel locations, which could be measured repeatedly at 300 time points. Next, please. For government, big data is present for climate simulation and analysis and for national security areas. For private companies such as Flipkart and Amazon, big data comes up from millions of back-end operations every day, involving queries from customer transactions, from vendors, etc. Next. Big data sizes are a constantly moving target. It involves increasing volume, that is amounts of data, increasing velocity, that is speed of data in and out, and increasing variety, range of data types and sources. For instance, if you are watching Netflix, the movies are also a sort of data, but then that is, they are coming in and out. So it comes in and you see the picture, it goes out, another picture comes. So it is an example of big data, but it is a sort of a sequential nature of arrival. And variety, range of data types, there are different types of data and different from different sources. Big data are high in volume, high in velocity, and also high in variety information assets. It requires new forms of processing to enable enhanced decision making, insight discovery, and process optimization. So this is an example where statistical methods can be used, but you need different types of techniques. So it is not completely as per classical statistics. Next, please. During the last 20 years, several companies abroad are adopting a data-driven approach to conduct more targeted services to reduce risk and to improve performance. They are implementing specialized data analytics to collect, store, manage, and analyze large data sets. So there are 4 steps. Collection is nowadays is not that difficult. You can go to internet and download any amount of data. Storing is a problem. So how do you do it? Now, of course, storing is also, you can store it in a cloud, so on. Manage. So how do you manage the data? And finally, analyze the data. So these are 4 important points of data analytics. For example, available financial data sources include stock prices, currency and derivative trades, transaction records, high-frequency trades, unstructured news and text, consumer confidence and business sentiments from social media and internet, among others. There is what's called a sentimental analysis. That means if you buy a product, you go to the Facebook place, you go and say this product is good, I like it. So that's a sentiment you expressed. So that data is very important for people who manufacture things or produce things. Based on your input, even without informing you, they can use your data to improve their product. Next, please. Analyzing these massive data sets help measuring firms' risks as well as systemic risks. Analysis of the data requires people who are familiar with sophisticated statistical techniques such as portfolio management, stock regulation, proprietary trading, financial consulting, and risk management. Next, please. Big data are of various types and sizes. Massive amounts of data are hidden in social networks such as Google, Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, and Twitter. Now it's called, I think, X. These data reveal numerous individual characteristics and have been exploited. Government statistics or official statistics is also a big data. But there are problems which I'm not going to explain in this lecture. There are problems for official statistics if they use a big data because it will be biased. because big data is generally comes from urban areas, but official statistics uses a policy formulation for the whole country, which also includes rural areas. So this has to be very carefully done. So using big data for official statistics should be done with a precaution. Next, please. Data scientist means a professional who uses scientific methods to analyze and create meaning from raw data. He or she should have a solid foundation in machine learning, algorithms, modeling, statistics, mathematics, and strong business acumen, coupled with the ability to communicate findings to both business and IT leaders in a way that can influence how an organization approaches a business challenging, according to the Data Science Association. Statistics means the practice of science of collecting and analyzing data in large or small quantities. Next, please. In his 1962 paper, which I quoted earlier today, John Tukey identified 4 driving forces behind data science, which he called data analysis. So these are the basic ideas way back in 62, that means almost 60 years ago. But computers were not that available now at that time, and therefore this didn't take off. But the ideas were there earlier. So he says that data analysis, which he called data analysis instead of data science, he said there are 4 cases. One is formal theories of statistics, which we teach for our students. 2, development in computer architecture and associated software, which was not available in those days, but it's available now. Large data sets, and even large data sets has come up only after the advent of internet and easily downloadable data. And finally, quantification in different disciplines. Next, please. Cleveland is another statistician, wrote an article entitled, I quote, Data Science, an action plan for expanding the technical areas of the field of statistics. So somebody asked, I think probably Cleveland, is the statistics we teach, is it enough, or do we need to get something more to do it? Then he proposed some subdivision. This need not be the sacrosanct. You can change to your own ideas, to your own interest, to your own areas, and so on. This is some idea. Multidisciplinary investigations or some sort of case studies, 25%, models and methods of data, 20%, computing with data, 15%, teaching of techniques, 15%, evaluation of computer packages, 5%, and finally the basic theory of statistics, 20%. So these are some basic ideas when you teach a course in data science. Next, please. Over the last 50 years, many statisticians and data analysts developed computing environment for data analysis, and they have developed packages. That's what I mean. Different types of packages, such as BMDP, SPSS, SAS or SAS sometimes called, and Minitab, and more recently, packages such as R. R is supposed to be a free package. Anybody can use R in the personal computer era. R is today the dominant quantitative program environment. Next, please. Bryman, also a professor of statistics at the University of California, Berkeley, he was in the department. I quote, statistics starts with data. Think of the data as being generated by a black box in which a vector of input variables X, let's call them independent variables, go in one side, and on the other side of the box, the response variable Y comes out. So independent variable X, we call it say X1, X2, Xn, and output variable Y. X1, X2, Xn are given variables, and Y is the outcome. So there is something happens in this box, and Y is the outcome of that. Inside the black box, nature functions to associate the predictor variable with the response variable. There are 2 goals to analyzing data. One is prediction, the other is inference. What is prediction? Prediction, to be able to predict what the responses are going to be to future input variables. So you have earlier data. So suppose you put new observations in as a, on one side, what will be the outcome on the other side? That's the prediction. Inference. to infer how nature is associating the response variable to the predictive variable. This is just a sort of estimation of the regression coefficients, for instance, in linear regression. You have, say, y is equal to beta 1 x1 plus beta 2 x2 plus beta n xn plus epsilon. So you want to estimate beta 1, beta 2, beta n. So that is comes under part 2. Part 1 is prediction of y based on a new input variables x1, x2, xn. Next, please. Let us see what is taught in today's data science programs at universities such as University of California, Berkeley. So this is one example. Berkeley is one of the best schools in statistics, but there are several other schools. I just named one here. One is research design and application of data and analysis. There are applications for data and analysis. 2, exploring and analyzing data. 3, storing and retrieving data. 4, applied machine learning. 5, data visualization and communication. So these are all the 5 aspects which one should have in a data science course as opposed to the present program. Next, please. Most Department of Statistics do not teach about storing and retrieving data. So that we don't teach, because until now our data maybe at least in classes maybe 100 observations, 200 observations, something like that. But even if you are in a company, maybe 10,000, 20,000, if you are doing sample surveys, there will be maybe 50,000 data of the size, but now it runs into millions. And there is no need for storing the data. Now, if we store the data, how to retrieve? That is a much more important one. There is no point in storing which you cannot retrieve. Retrieving itself is a major work after storing. Machine learning is a rapidly growing field at the intersection of computer science and statistics, concerned with finding patterns in data. It is responsible for advances in technology, from personalized product recommendations to speech recognition in cell phones. Personalized product recommendations, for instance, in a series called Netflix. So you see Netflix, if once you see 2 or 3 movies, they send recommendations to you. Then how did they get recommendations? Because they have your data. They know whether you are a senior citizen observing old classical movies or a youngster who are observing recent movies. So that on the basis of that, they make recommendations. To speech recognition in cell phones, understanding of probability, statistics, and linear algebra is important for applied machine learning course. So if you don't want to go into regular machine learning, you should do at least applied machine learning and then teach the students a little bit. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. Students have to be taught tools such as R and Python for handling large data sets. I think this have become compulsory for all students. All statistics students should learn these two, R and Python. R is for their own statistics over the years, and Python is if they want to handle, for example, if they go to stock market statistics as a statistician. I'm not talking about trading. Trading is a different story. As a statistical investigator or project support, so you have to learn these 2 things. Data science course must involve a data analysis project with a large data set, like a case study. Data science is a person. You see the last
data science is spent by diving into messy data to learn the basics of what is in them so that the data can be made ready for exploration. Data gathering includes traditional experimental design, standard like several node, maybe completely block design, incomplete block designs, factorial designs, such things. Survey sampling, sometimes called sample surveys or survey sampling, and other techniques as practiced by statisticians, but also a variety of modern data gathering techniques from data resources such as Google and Wikipedia. So these are the things which you can download from the internet. Next please. Many data sets contain anomalies, mistakes, and misprints. This is standard for any data which is large. Any data-driven project requires identifying such issues. The data might need grouping, smoothing, and subsetting. This process is sometimes called data cleaning. Next please. Two key called data exploratory data analysis. Is the one whom I have talked about earlier. Every data scientist should, by the way, Tuki is traditionally has a PhD in mathematics, in fact, in topology and subsetting. Then he became a statistician. So these are data scientists should devote time and effort to explore data to check its basic properties, to expose its unexpected features. This work adds crucial discuss this issue several years earlier, term this process as scrutiny of data. So this is, data there might be errors, either, decimal place errors or instead of integers, some mistakes in name of the person. So things like that. So you should clean the data. Please. A data scientist works with many different data sources. There will be a wide range of formats. The data scientist should be able to handle them. Hardware, software constraints are a part of them. Data scientists may find the transformation restricting the original data and more form. Next, please. Every data scientist also specific languages for transforming and manipulating text and for managing computational aspects. A lot of computation, which I am not talking about in this lecture, is how to map reduce. So these are some ideas which computer scientists will be able to explain better. Next, please. Cluster and cloud computing. The ability to run massive numbers of jobs on such clusters is an important aspect of modern computational scenario. Data scientists should be able to develop workflows which organize work to be split up over many jobs, which can be run sequentially or across many machines in parallel. So in computer language, this is sometimes called parallel computing. Now you have several monitors who are different computers, desktop computers might be there. Might have to process your data. But it's a basic philosophy of data. It follows the principle of we should do the divide and conquer. So big data, you have to divide into smaller data and then analyze each and then combine them. Next, please. Sir, 5 minutes more? Yeah, sure. Data visualization and presentation. Data visualization starts with standard histograms, scatter plots, and time series plots. In recent times, it can take more elaborate shapes. Data scientists generate simple plots, additional color or symbols to bring in important new factors. They create dashboards for monitoring data processing pipelines that access streaming or widely distributed data. Next, please. Data modeling. There are two aspects of data modeling. One is called generative modeling. Here, one proposes a stochastic model that could have generated the data, derive methods to infer properties of the underlying generative mechanism. Two is predictive modeling. Here, one constructs methods which predict well over a given specific data set in line with machine learning ideas. Next, please. Next, please. So the science of data science is just how the data scientists works are doing science of data science. They can identify commonly occurring analysis or workflows. Next, please. Uploading data is our language is important, so some people have to know that. Next, please. So then there is a way of how to clean up the data. This is called tidy data. There are ideas in this one. So there is a paper by Become. So those who are interested, there are statistical software. You can go and have a look at it. Thank you. Next, please. Next. Each proposed notion of data science involves some enlargement of statistics. We teach machine learning. Data science is the science of learning from data. It studies the methods involved in the analysis and processing of data, proposes technology to improve methods in evidence-based manner. Next, please. Statisticians and data scientists find insights that help to lead better understanding and better outcomes. When clients and managers come us to fire, even when they don't, we want to share our advice. While we should be free to share our recommendations, we need to be clear about what data is telling us and what is based only on our judgment. We need to be rigorous in our analysis to avoid finding insights that are not supported. Next, please. In big data and computational power, we now have the power to test a lot of things. Looking at lots of predictors, we are bound to find something that stands out. This makes it important that we are rigorous with our analysis. After any analysis, we should ask ourselves, would I be convinced if our data showed the opposite of what we expected? You should question that. What else could be causing our observed results? How significant and compelling are these results? Next, please. So there are some principles to preserve credibility of us. One, ensure that we have the right target that is consistent with how we use the model. Two, consider whether the correlated variables might be causing the effect that we are seeking. Show our model under the underlying data to the extent that we can. Partner with researchers who have different views and expectations than we do. Separate our objective of what data is telling us from our recommendations on how we should act. Harvard University has just started a journal named the Harvard Data Science Review. So according to the editor, the mission of the Harvard Data Science is to really help to shape data science, define and shape what data science is exactly. Next, please. So these are some of the references in this area. I would suggest that next page, please. Yeah, there is this paper by David Donohoe, 50 years of data science. It's a bit old, 2017, but for those who are interested in data science, they should read this paper. It's very well written. It's an invited paper. So he has written extensively this. In fact, most of my talk is based on his paper published earlier and then some recent work in this area. Next, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. If it says, then if I know it, I'll answer.
Sir, there are some universities. There are some universities. They are running BSc data science course without putting any statistics course in that syllabus. This is happening in this country.
No, in fact, I have a much more difficult thing I should tell you. Even when I got into the data science, because I used to work at the Sierra Leone Institute of Mathematics, Statistics and Science. So whenever I travel, the car, there is some auto rickshaw at the back of that. Says a data science course will give. In days they teach data science. How do you teach data science in 15 days? So there is a big problem that training people who are not eligible. But then, there's the entrepreneur who's looking at that, they are looking for 400 days towards data science. So they are doing that, but there is nothing we can do. I think it's a free country. So,
realize that statistics is the backbone of data science. No?
Yeah, they should learn. And in fact, that's one of the reasons I got into this. At least I spent my tools and so on. Thank you.
Any other questions? Sir, I have some questions. Sir, in our time, the book that we followed was C.R. Rao's Statistical Method for Biometric Research. Yeah. So this was a chance environment research in 1952. And as a student of Amsterdam program in ISI, I was in the first batch. And we got that, we bought that. But now it is out of print. Nobody knows about that book. It is the fact that and so it has so many examples in biometry and applicable statistics. It's a very good book and even better than linear statistical inference in these applications. So, also, the famous journal was named as Biometrica. That comes from England. That comes from yeah. Everything was directed towards biometry. Yeah, right. The reason that's a classic. It's a very important, very important. The point of our definitions, we had this whole definition, use the definition method of given the base. One definition says that statistic is a collection of data affected to
policy formulation, they get data only from rural, urban areas where internet is more available. Of course, now I understand even rural areas have, but still there is a big part of India which is still not connected with internet facility. So your data is partial. It doesn't. It has the coverage is there, and then of course it's not representative. The basic idea of sample surveys is lost. So that's why one has to be very careful with this.
Okay, sir. So thank you for a wonderful session, and we had a lot of information, and even now, lot of things are to be answered. We will, over a period of time, we will be able to come to a conclusion, perhaps. So until then, on behalf of our organizers, I extend you a very big thank you, and I now hand over the mic to the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Professor Sadish Kumar, for inviting. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you so much. In fact, we are very lucky to have your deliberations in this platform. And we are always grateful to you, Professor. Always grateful.
I'll join whenever I can. Thank you.
Now let us move to the next session. Before moving to next session, Swapna, I think it is.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you can introduce the chair, and so that by the time it will end,
Okay, sir.
next session can please.
Hello, everyone. We are moving on to the second technical session of WSTA 2024 that shall be chaired by Dr. R.L. Shinde. Now, Dr. R.L. Shinde is a senior professor and head to the Department of Statistics, Actuarial Science and Mathematical Science at Kavetre Bahinabai Chowdhury, North Maharashtra University, Jalgaon, India. He has more than 2 decades of teaching experience and also visiting speaker at various international and national conferences. His areas of interest include statistical process control, stochastic mortality modeling, modeling of weather data, and life insurance. He has published more than 13 papers, and currently Professor R. L. Shinde is life member of various professional societies like Indian Statistical Association and Indian Society for Probability and Statistics. We are fortunate to have you chair in this session today. Without delaying you further, I once again extend a warm welcome to you on behalf of the organizing committee and kindly request you to take over the session. Over to you, Professor.
Thank you, Asu. So, good evening to all of you, all senior professors, participants. Good evening to all of you. We have two speakers in this session. The first speaker is Professor Hangal from Savitribai Phule Pune University, India, and he is presently retired professor from the Pune University. He was my teacher also during my master degree program. Today he is going to talk on the analysis of kidney infection data using correlated compound Poisson models. So I welcome Professor Hangal sir to deliver his talk around 35 to 40 minutes so that we can have 5 minutes for questions. So I think our time starts at 4:55, 16:55. We are 5 minutes in advance. Is there any problem, sir? Satish, sir?
In fact, we can start because some people are waiting for those talks, joined by that time only. So 2-3 minutes you can speak about him, and thereafter I can start the program. Or otherwise, left to you, Professor, because as the chairman of the session.
Yeah. Okay, Professor Hangal, you may introduce the topic first of all, and then start.
Okay.
Because 2 minutes early.
Okay. Thank you very much for the nice introduction. Am I audible? Am I
Yes,
audible?
sir.
Yes, sir. Yeah, Professor.
Yes.
Audible. Yeah.
Can you see my screen now? The
Yes.
Yes, sir.
You can see the presentation. Okay. Okay. I am just introducing what is priority. Okay. I am using the data, kidney infection data here also. And I'm using correlated compound Poisson priority. So before going to this is a branch of survival analysis. And you know what is survival data? So this is the time to event data. Okay. Event may be anything. It may be either death or occurrence of disease or some failure of any event, whatever it may be. Event may be anything. Okay. Not necessarily to the death. It may be anything. Okay. Even marriage data also you can see marriage has happened. That is an event. Okay. If something happens, if there is a occurrence of accident, whatever, any event is taken into consideration here. Okay. This time to event data, it is a sensor data. It's not a complete data, incomplete data. There are different types of sensoring, right sensoring, left sensoring, interval sensoring, progressive sensoring, random sensoring. Different types of sensoring are there. Here in this data, it is right sensor, but one can have different sensoring scale for the priority models. Okay. Let's go to the next one. Okay, it's moved on. It's not going. Because I have to make a big screen. I'll just make it.
Any problem, sir?
No, it's moving the slides.
We can stop the sharing and this once again you can restart so that it is difficult.
Okay, I will close and restart again.
Now stop presentation and restart presentation.
Stop presenting. Okay.
Yes, it is coming.
It's coming. Can I do entire screen or whatever?
Can you go to
It's
second slide?
Second slide, I'm just doing. Page
better to
down.
center screen. What about whether it is moving now?
It's
Page
it's
down.
not moving here.
Yeah, page down is not coming. I don't know what is the problem.
I think there is problem with key.
Whether
You
you
can
have used the entire screen, person?
Windows.
Windows. Oh, okay. Try to use the entire screen so that.
Share with Windows.
So that may be reason.
I don't know what is the problem. Otherwise, I can do it here.
Try to, yeah.
now try.
Whether it, working now? Yeah. Now it is moving.
You can see it now, no?
It's coming.
Now it is
Yes.
moving. You can see the
Okay,
outline.
it's moving. Okay, all right. Okay, I can start. Okay. I just explained what is survival data. Survival is a branch of statistics, and I'm taking variety models here. Okay. I'm just reviewing the Cox model. You know very well what is the Cox model. Okay. It's given by Cox in 1972, given by a hazard function in terms of baseline hazard, H naught T, and X prime beta. That is a vector of explanatory variables. Beta is a column vector corresponding to regression coefficient. Okay, this is given by Cox in 1972. It's well known and it's used in several survival analysis. It's a basic model. It's a regression model actually, based on the survival data. The problem here in this model is the data should be homogeneous. Okay, if there is a heterogeneity in the data, maybe heterogeneity is due to genetic factor or due to environmental factors. If you take the different families, okay, and the gene factors differ from family to family, in that case, there is a heterogeneity involved in the data. Okay, that heterogeneity will not take into account in this Cox model. Okay, or if environmental factors may be also another factor. If it is in the same group, okay, or in the same center, the patients in the same center, then they are all homogeneous. Okay, if they are from different centers, different places, if they are from different groups, then there is a heterogeneity involved. That is somewhat questionable when you use this Cox model. In order to eliminate this, we use some shared variety. What is shared variety? It is a heterogeneous. There is some heterogeneous data is there, random factor is there, and that will take into account this heterogeneity factor. Okay, what are these? This is actually a random factor. When it happens, when there are so many covariates to consider, okay, we just ignore some of the covariates and select some of them. But when you ignore some covariates, they may be very significant significant factor to the failure of the data. Okay, the failure time of the data. In that case, that create a problem. Then we get misleading results. The results will not be appropriate. Whatever decision we take, that will be inappropriate. Then we have to use some heterogeneity. How to introduce this heterogeneity? I'm just extending this Cox model, okay, by taking some unobserved covariate. Unobserved covariate may be either genetic factor or environmental factor. I'm introducing this extra U prime beta, this This is related for the unobserved covariates. U prime is unobserved covariate. Beta star is corresponding to the regression code corresponding to U prime. This e raised to this term I am taking as a z. That is here. Then here u is minus infinity to plus infinity. Then z will be 0 to infinity. Then the relation between survival function and cumulative hazard, that is given by this function. Okay, that is e raised to this quantity. Where h naught t is the integrated hazard. Then you integrate over z, you get unconditional survival function. That can be expressed in terms of Laplace transform of z. Okay, z is here, that is a Laplace transform. This is the argument inside. Okay, if there are two components, T1, T2 for pill data, for example, maybe a kidney infection, kidney data or lungs data or any other data, eyes data or any other thing. Two pairs, paired organ. Here, T1 is for the first failure, first occurrence of the infection or first failure of the data. T2 is for the second. And there is a common risk between the two because both are in the same patient. There is a common risk between the two, that is Z. This Z is shared by both the T1, T2 in this case. That's why it is called shear finality model. There are several authors already discussed about the priority. Very first was given by Clayton. Okay, he used the unobserved random covariate in the multivariate survival rate model. Then Whipple gave the name priority in 1979. He gave the term priority for this heterogeneity involved in the random factor.
There are two components, T1, T2, for example.
This effect or priority is not directly estimated from data, but instead is assumed to have unit mean and finite variance. Okay. This shared priority parameter is due to some genetic factor or environmental factor which are unobserved in individual and are common and shared by both paired or human and twins in the family. Okay, this shared priority model is also responsible for the dependence between the two components. What happens if we ignore priority? The model, the priority, if it is significant in the model and is ignored, the model will be inappropriate and the decision based on such models will be misleading. If priority is ignored, the estimates of regression coefficients will underestimate or overestimate, and AIC, BIC, DIC, these are the model selection criteria, will be more as compared to the model with priority. They will increase, these model selection criteria will increase when you ignore the priority. The decision based on the model without priority will go wrong. Ignoring the priority effect with finite mean may result a negative bias in the estimated time dependence. In general term, we let heterogeneity go into error term. This will of course leads to an increase in the variability of the response as compared to the case when priority is included. There are different share priority models. Gamma priority, inverse Gaussian, positive stable, or variance function, compound Poisson, compound negative binomial, piecewise gamma, correlated priority, additive priority. We have earlier papers based on gamma, inverse Gaussian, positive stable, power variance, and this one. And compound Poisson also is there. But here in this paper, I am taking correlated compound Poisson. I'll give the difference between the share compound priority model and correlated compound priority model. Allen in 1988 and 92, he introduced compound Poisson distribution as mixing distribution in survival model, which is an extension of one studied by Hogarth. The compound Poisson distribution plays an important role in this extension being used here as a mixing distribution. Quite often, hazard rates or intensities are rising at the start and reaching maximum, then declining. This is a unimodal, hence intensity has a unimodal shape and finite value. The example for this is death rates for the cancer patients, meaning that longer the patient lives beyond a certain time, the more improved are his her chances. Divorce rate, the maximal rate of divorce, which occurs after a few years, which means most marriages are going through crisis and then improving. After certain age, the relationship will be increasing, improving. The population intensity starts to decline simply because of high risk individuals have already died or divorced. That means the beginning period, the cancer patients will be died. Then later period, there will be longer life. Some of them will get cured. Some cancer patients will be get cured, and the risk rate will be less when it takes longer period. In the beginning period, it will be very maybe third stage, maybe that is they won't survive. That is the problem. The additional feature which is often seen is that total integral under intensity to be finite. This is a distribution defective. In practical terms, this means that some individuals have zero subsidy. In this distribution, you have zero subsidy. There is a probability Z equal to 0. Z is a priority term here. It may take 0 and greater than 0. That is called zero susceptibility. They survive forever. Okay, that means the disease will not occur. They survive forever. For instance, some patients survive their cancer. Okay, cancer will be detected and it will be improved and they will be recover. Some people never marry. That is Z equal to 0. Okay. Some marriages are not prone to divorce. There will not be any divorces. Okay, then that Z will be 0 in that. These are the examples. You can use this data for not only the failure or deaths or infection, you can also use it for marriage data and unemployment data and other things. In medicine, several examples of disease primarily attacking people with particular susceptibility. For instance, genetic kind, other people having virtually zero susceptibility of getting disease. That is the example of cancer. The other example is fertility. Some people unable to conceive children. In that case also Z equal to 0. So that distribution times to having first childbirth for a population of tourists will be defective. Unemployment data also, some people never get a job. That is in that case also Z equal to 0. In that case, that is one of the example. Okay, I will just go to the definition. Z can be written as sum of the random sum of the IID random variables. These are IID randoms are from gamma. Okay, and N is Poisson. That's why we call it as compound Poisson distribution. When N equal to 0, then Z is 0. And N greater than 0, it will be greater than 0. Z is greater than 0. Okay, this N is a Poisson distribution mean mu. And these are independent identically distributed gamma with these parameters. And the probability of Z equal to 0 is e raised to minus mu. And the distribution of gamma is here with the two parameters mu and eta. Poisson distribution. Now I can write the distribution of Z, combining both. Okay, n and x together, you can have distribution of Z, compound Poisson distribution. That is like this. Okay. The Laplace transform can be written in this form. I can write first Laplace transform of x, that is gamma, that is here. Then for Poisson, n, that is here. Okay. These are two different Laplace transform for x and n. Now I combine these two, then you will get Laplace transform of z. That is here. Okay. The final form is this one. Okay. Laplace transform of x and here n combined together. This is the thing. Now, this is the after substituting the gamma, Laplace transform of gamma and Poisson distribution, you get final form this one. The moments, you can have first moment, second moments, just to differentiate with respect to s. Then you get this first and second. The mean is this one. Mu divided by mu gamma divided by mu. And the second moment is this one. The variance is this one. Okay. There is a problem of identifiability when you use priority modes. In order to resolve this, you have to take expected value of z equal to 1. Under this restriction, expected value of z equal to 1, that leads to mu equal to mu gamma. Here, expected value of z is here. When it is equal to 1, then mu equal to mu gamma. That is the thing. Then we will have only two parameters instead of three, and variance of z will become this one. Okay, only two parameters in terms of two parameters. Okay, the final form of Laplace transform is here. Earlier it was in terms of three parameters. Now it is in terms of two parameters, that is mu and gamma. Now, what is correlated priority? Share priority, it shares the common risk between the two failures, that is T1 and T2. But correlated priority is, it won't share between the two. It has a different priority for T1 and different priority for T2. That means instead of common Z, there is a Z1 for T1, Z2 for T2, and Z1 and Z2 are correlated. That's why it's called correlated priority model. Okay. This is a survival function of T1, T2 together. I'm taking Z1, Z2. Z1 is for T1, Z2 is for T2. And they are correlated priorities. Okay. Now I integrate over Z1, Z2. You get this term. Okay, that is the term. Now substitute this, you get this term. Now there is a relation in terms of Laplace transform. One can have Laplace transform from univariate to bivariate, or univariate to multivariate also. This bivariate can be extended to multivariate case also. Okay, I am using the univariate Laplace here in the right hand side. Only argument is changing, that's all. But Laplace transform is univariate. Okay, that's all. But here left hand side is bivariate Laplace transform. Rho is correlation between T1 2, that is a correlation factor between Z1, Z2. And when rho equal to 1, this reduces to shear Faraday model. That means shear Faraday model is a submodel of correlated Faraday model. Okay. When rho equal to 0, then these two are uncorrelated. Then Z1, Z2 are independent in this case. And you can separate it out, L of S1 and S2 as L of S1 into L of S2 when rho equal to 0. It can be extended to multivariate, from bivariate to multivariate, the same format, the same one. All right. This is a univariate. Now, I'll just substitute the values, okay, of LS1 and S2 in this equation. In the equation number 9, just substitute all these things, Laplace transform of this, you get this term. I'm just substituting from equation number 9. You get this one. Then substitute S1 and S2 as H01T1 and H02T2. Cumulative result. Substitute in place of S1 and S2, you get this term. Okay. These are cumulative baseline result function of the lifetime variable. Okay. That is here. And this is eta is a containing covariate terms. Okay. That is it. And if there is no Faraday, then this is very simple. The bivariate survival function can be written as this. When there is no Faraday, that means Faraday is degenerate. Then here T1, T2 are independent. You can separate it out here. When there is no Faraday. I am using some baseline distributions, two baseline. One can also have non-parametric distributions as a baseline. First one is a generalized Weibull. It's just a Weibull distribution function raised to alpha that becomes generalized Weibull. Okay. Weibull is a submodel. It also contains exponential, Weibull, bottom, unique, some unique model. Several models can be obtained from this. It's more general. Another is generalized log logistic. I am also using the same technique. Okay. This is a survival function of log logistic. I'm taking 1 minus 3. Just raised to my alpha I'm taking. Okay. That gives the generalized one. When alpha equal to 1, it will be just a log logistic distribution. Okay. I am substituting the cumulative hazard of generalized Weibull and generalized log logistic in the formula 11, in the formula 12. Okay, you get these two functions, 11 and 12. This is for the Faraday model. This is without Faraday model. This is based on the baseline generalized Weibull. The baseline is generalized Weibull. I am substituting the cumulative hazard function of generalized Weibull in this equation. Similarly, one can also have another two distributions based on the baseline distribution that is generalized log logistic with Faraday, without Faraday. Okay, there are 4 models. I'm just taking model 1, 2, 3, 4. 20, 21, 22, 23 is this one. Okay. I'm using the Bayesian. One can also have classical estimation, MLEs and other things. But there is some problem in the classical estimation. There are several parameters involved, and there is a problem of iterative procedure is involved in the MLAs. There is a problem of iterative procedure. There is a convergence in the iterative procedure. That's why I'm using the Bayesian estimation. Okay, the likelihood can be split into four based on the four different reasons. T1 and T2 both are failed. T1 is failed, T2 is censored. T1 is censored, T2 is failed, and both are censored. There are the four reasons. Fail or infection occurred, and no infection occurred. That is the means. And product of this all N1 plus N2 plus N3 plus N4 is sample size. Sum of these N1, N2, N3, N4 is N in four different reasons. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4 reasons. Okay, the density is in four reasons. How to obtain F1, F2, F3? This is very simple. Second derivative and this is first derivative with respect to T1, T2, and then this is by itself. And now I'm going for the kidney infection data. We also did simulation study without using the data in order to check the efficiency of the estimator, Bayesian estimators. And it performs well in the simulation technique. Then we applied this Bayesian technique to kidney infection data. Anyway, I'm giving the details in terms of tables. So what is this kidney infection data? It was discussed in several research papers. Okay, it was given by Macgrist Asbet in 1991. This data is related to recurrence time to infection at point of insertion of catheter for 38 kidney patients using portable dialysis equipment. Each patient first and second recurrence times in days of infection from time of insertion of catheter until it has to be removed owing to infection is recorded. First and second recurrence time is already there for this one within the patient. Okay, the catheter may have to be removed after a reason other than kidney infection, and this regard as censoring, okay, whenever it is removed. So survival time for patient given may be first or second infection time or censoring time. After the occurrence or censoring of the first infection, sufficient, that is 10 weeks interval, time is allowed for infection to be cured before second time the catheter was inserted. So the first and second occurrence times are taken to be independent. Yeah. Okay. The data consists of three risk variables: age, sex, and disease type. There are three disease types: GN, AN, PKD. Okay, these are short form of two type of diseases. Okay, kidney diseases. That is given here. T1, T2, we represent first and second recurrence time, two infections, 5 covariates, age, this is gender, presence and absence of disease type GN, AN, PKD are represented by X1, X2, X3, X4, X5. 5 covariates and T1, T2 and censoring indicator. These are the all variables involved in the data. First, we check goodness of fit of the data for two baseline distribution, then apply Bayesian distribution. Okay, this is the model we have used for this. The RISE is a variety, random factor. Baseline result and regression coefficient factors, covariant. These are the things. Some tables I'm giving. Okay, this is based on the simulation. Okay, for the model 1, generalized weevil model, compound poison with variety. This doesn't include data, it's not related data. This is just based on the simulated data. Here, what we see, the estimates and the parameter values, they are very close. Okay. Standard error is small. Lower credible limits, upper credible limits, KVK values, and P values, Kelman-Rubin values, and all other things. It shows there is a convergence of the parameters is there, and the estimators are performing well. Similarly, we did for the compound correlated compound variety model with generalized log logistic as a baseline. Earlier table was for the generalized Weeble, and this table is generalized log logistic baseline. Here also similar things we can observe, the parameter values, true values, and estimates. They are also very close. Estimates are close to true values. Standard errors are small, lower credible and upper KVK values, P values. These are test statistics, KVK, and Gelman-Rubin. This is based on the sum of squares, okay, between and within, and ratio of that one. They are close to 1. And they are close to 1 means the between sum of squares, between the lots, okay, they are very close. That means. Okay. Now, goodness of fit test. The first infection, T1 and T2, for model 1 and model 3. The P values are there. These are very high. Okay, then the data fits well for these two models with variety. Now comes the Bayesian estimation for the model 1. Okay, this is the one. What we see here is rho is high, 0.5. Okay, there is a proper good correlation between T1, T2, Z1, Z2, and I'm just going through some particular things. And beta 2 is negative here, and the standard error, and lower critical and upper critical. Both are negative. It doesn't include 0. If it includes 0, then it is insignificant. If it doesn't include, then it is significant. If both are negative, it is significant. If both are positive also, it is significant. If one is negative, another is positive, then it is insignificant. That is the meaning. And beta 5, that is also significant. These two covariates. Beta 2 is the gender. That means females have lower risk of infection as compared to male counterpart. Okay, that is the meaning. And this KVKP values go on. I'm just considering the main things in the table. The row is a good correlation between Z1, Z2, and other things are there. This is model 1. Model 2 without correlates. Here there is no Z1, Z2. Therefore, only beta 2 you can see here. Here also you can see it is negative, and both are negative here. And only beta 2 is significant here. Okay? It doesn't include 0. That means female are having lower infection as compared to male. Similarly, for beta third model, rho is high. It takes value between 0 to 1. Okay, 0.5, that is correlation is there. And beta 2 is negative. Okay. Same thing what we observed in model 1 and beta 5. Okay, that is there. Model 4, beta 2 is significant only. Only beta 2 here. The gender factor. Females have lower risk as compared to male. This is about the four models. What we see here, beta 2 is having lower risk in all the four models. That is common in all the four. Then which model is better out of these four? Naturally, surely model 1 and 3 are better because they include priority. You can see, check here AICBS. It's model 1 and model 3 with priority. What we see here is model 1 having lowest AIC, BIC and DIC as compared to all other. Okay. And 682 is the next one. This is also with priority. And without priority, they are high. When we ignore priority, then AIC, BIC, DIC will be high. That means whatever decision we take without priority will be meaningless. Either you can use M1 or M3, but among the two, M1 is better. That is the meaning. One can also have base factor for the comparison. This we can compare between the two. One with 2, one with 3, one with 4. When you compare one with all other three models, it's high. The base factor is high. Therefore, 1 is better than all three models. 1, 3, and 4. 2, 3, and 4. Okay, that is the thing. And 2 is better than 4. That is naturally 2 is better than 4. That is the thing. 2 is also better than 3 also. That also we can see. Okay. This is about this one. Now I am comparing with the earlier models also. Compound Poisson, this is a present one. Okay. And positive stable inverse Gaussian gamma. Okay. Here we come. This is the earlier existing one. Okay, in our paper. And I have compared with earlier papers also. Here, as compared to earlier papers, the other models, the compound Poisson is doing better. Is model 1. That is lowest among all these models. AIC, BIC, DIC. That means the proposed model in the paper is better than all these models so far. One can come up with some new models. They may show their model may be better. Okay, that may happen, but so far no article is there, and which is lesser than this 650 so far. Okay, this is about the comparison with earlier. Now sigma square one can estimate from this, that is 8. Okay, for model 1 and 3, and correlation for this one is 0.5 and 0.7. This one, and beta 2 is significant in all of the models. AIC, BIC gives the value in 8. And model 1 is the best among all other things. The same conclusion can be also obtained from base factors. Okay, one can also have different baseline as a non-parametric also. That is also one possibility in the correlated priority model. Okay, in this paper, we consider only pure parametric model. And one can also have JUD as stochastic process also. Priority models based on Levy process. Okay, there is a literature on the Levy process based on priority based on. It's very elementary level is there. Different gamma process, Weevil process, one can also have. There is a paper by, there is a book also. There is one chapter in my book on the Levy process for the priority models. I think I will stop here. My time is almost over to complete. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Professor Hangal. Very nice presentation. Now, any question from participants or audience? Question or query or comment? Sir, I just want to make it sure that you had correlated compound poison data
Yeah. Mhm.
in your data set.
Yeah. Yes.
You have presented one real life data also, no?
Yeah. Yeah.
And others were simulated.
Table 1 and 2, they are simulated. Table 3,
Ah,
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, all are based on the kidney infection data.
kidney infection. And you got the correlated compound poison.
Yeah, yeah, correlated poison. We correlation is zero
Good,
point 0.5, nearly zero point 0.5.
good. So let me thank Professor Hangal for nice presentation
Thank
on
you,
the
thank
behalf
you.
of organizers also and myself also.
Thank you
Thank
to
you, sir.
all organizers, Satish Kumar and Chair Shinde, everybody. Thank you to everyone.
Sir, you may stop your presentation.
Okay, I will stop.
So we have second speaker, Professor Murlidharan, K. Murlidharan.
Yes, good afternoon, sir. Actually, Dr. Muralidharan will not be able to speak today because he's busy on confidential examination work. But the
Oh,
work that he was supposed to present, I am
yeah.
actually the co-author of that paper, sir. And he has informed me that because he won't be able to present, so that I present the work on behalf of him.
So you would like to present that work?
Yes, sir.
He has permitted.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, you please introduce yourself quickly and
Yes.
start the presentation.
Yes. Good evening, good afternoon to all the dignitaries, Professor R.L. Shinde sir, our chairperson, Dr. C. Satish Kumar sir, Dr. Hanagal sir, our speaker who spoke before me, and all other dignitaries before me. I'm a research scholar at Maharaja Sajirao University under the guidance of Professor K. Muralidharan. And the work that we are presenting is actually the work that we have been doing for the last 3-4 months, and we are almost finished, and we want to present what we have right now in front of the esteemed audience. So let us begin, sir. Shall I share my screen?
Yes, you may present.
Is it visible, sir?
Yes.
Yes. So the topic that we'll be discussing is the work that we've been doing for some time now. It is basically a data-driven approach to the detection of change points which are affected by a high concentration of outliers and some autocorrelated noise. So first of all, let us get going with what change point is. Now, generally we denote change point as the point of shift in a parameter value in a sequence of data points, but this definition may not be an all-encompassing because of, let's say, someone wants to approach it from a non-parametric point of view. So in that case, uh, we can say that it is basically a point of shift in some characteristic of the probability distribution of a sequence of data points. Now, in literature, there are many such change point detection techniques that are available. Most common of them, some of them being like that of Adams and Mackay, that is the Bayesian online change point detection technique. And among many others, there are Barry and Hartington of 1993. But one common thread that actually is a problem in most of these techniques is that they do not perform really well when there are outliers present, and also because they are restricted by assumptions of stationary errors, because of which, if there is some autocorrelated noise or if there is a high concentration of outliers present in the data, those techniques or the inferences that can be drawn after performing those techniques may be misleading. So that is why the need for this work is there. So firstly, change point detection, it is basically a significant obstacle that has been identified by the International Council of Finance in 2013. And this is apparent when we examine data that displays some sequence or order, most likely in time series data or genomics data, where these observations are chronologically sequenced. Now, here we are mostly aiming at pinpointing instances in time or position where some attribute of the data, like position, scale, distribution, or some other characteristic, it undergoes some kind of change. So let us give a visualization of this. Let's say we want to see a shift, how change points in mean would look like. So this is what change points in mean would look like. The red stripes that you see, these are the points at which the mean is shifting. So these points are actually known as the change points, the red bars, vertical bars, and the data is actually represented by the blue line. Next, let's say the mean is not changing, but the variance is changing. So it would look somewhere like something like this, where the red bars indicate changes in variance. So similar to this, some other parameter or some other characteristic of the probability distribution may go through alterations along a sequence, and to pinpoint those alterations, that is the basic objective behind change point detection. Now, there are many techniques that are already present in this domain, but most of them in the fields of finance, bioinformatics, ion channels, climate records, oceanographic data. There's many others. So mostly the problem arises, especially in the case of high concentration of outliers, is to differentiate between which is a change point and which is an outlier. So a change point is one where the shift is more or less sustained as compared to outlier. An outlier may not always be considered a change point, but existing frameworks or existing model have a tough time actually discerning that. Furthermore, almost all of these methods are basically modeling the data, and they assume that there is between those changes the mean is constant, and the noise in the data, which is basically the errors, are also independent, which may not always be the case, and which also gives rise to the need for dealing with autocorrelated noise. And the core challenge in this is lies in distinguishing between the actual shifts, that is the sustained shifts, and outliers, which is a sporadic shift. Now, there are many alternative strategies that have been proposed in this domain by earlier researchers. The most common of them is basically comes from robust statistics. In this domain, by that I mean in the domain of change point detection in the presence of outliers, or rather robust change point detection. So even in the case of robust detection techniques, the most common pathway that researchers take is they swap the squared error loss with some less outlier sensitive loss function based on some M statistic. Now, this revised loss function basically is then applied with some penalty based approach, and then we do basically some kind of maximum likelihood or some minimum cost type of estimation procedure. Now, this is inspired from methods that are mainly focusing on single change point scenarios, and then they extend those scenarios to multiple changes or multiple change point cases. But in this case, the test statistic relies on how well the data can be modeled even on the underlying stationarity assumption. So when this assumption is violated, then most of the test statistics on which these are built, they become very unreliable, so to say. So this actually results in spurious change inferences, or in case of consecutive outliers. So when there are consecutive outliers, then generally these frameworks they say that okay, so this is sustaining for more than 1 point, so this must be a change point, and they mark it as such. So that is a problem. Now here we have employed a hybrid framework which works something like this. Firstly, we model the local fluctuations with a simple autoregressive p is equal to 1 model, and then we estimate the number and location of the change points, and we do that by using a minimized penalized likelihood function, and we iteratively minimize it using a dynamic programming routine which has been given by Romano and others in 2022, which is named as DCAPS, and to provide the appropriate shrinkage, we develop outlier scores using the residuals from the AR1 model. And here we assume a sparse outlier process and apply the horseshoe prior. And we used M posterior samples using MCMC. So we used some kind of basic simulation techniques in that to develop that outlier score. And then we identify outlier based on the score by putting a threshold on, and then doing tenfold cross validation to basically hone our estimate or hone our cutoff. Now there are two data sets that we have done. There are two ways in which we have dealt with data. Firstly, we have obtained the logarithm of daily price of Bitcoin from January 1, 2018 to December 31, 2023. And in there, we have compared various algorithms that we have gone through in literature. Secondly, because we were actually in dearth of really dirty data, by dirty data we mean that there is both are present. That is the noise itself is autocorrelated, and also there is a high concentration of outliers. So because of the dearth or lack of such data available, for free of charge, because we have mainly sourced the data from secondary sources, open sources. Yes. So because of that, we had to simulate data which were much more hostile than the ones that we actually got from secondary. So we have also generated sometimes this data. So how we have done that, we'll also cover in the later slides. Now here is the simulation model for simulating the data that we have. We have assumed the constant number of change points, let's say k naught, and we have fixed the constants from u1 to u k naught, both ranging between 0 and 1, all of them, such that for a data set having size n, we have the ith change point at some tau I, and it is taken as the lower integer or the floor function of n ui for all I from 1 to k naught. And in consistency with those conditions, we have also assumed that T naught is 0, and which means the 0th change point is at 0.0 or the data point 0, and the K naught plus 1th change point is at the last point, which is the nth point in the sequence. Further, we assume that the segment-specific location parameters, that is mu naught, mu1, dot up to mu k naught, they are fixed, subject to the constraints that mu I and mu I minus 1 are not the same. They are unequal, right? So the in between if we take any 2 points which are on the change point, which are on either side of the change point, then both their means will be different. And finally, we consider some IID random variable z1, z2 dot, which is basically the noise, such that for t is equal to 1, 2, 3 up to n, the observations are realized by this equation yt equals mu I plus zt, where I is such that t lies between tau I and tau I plus 1. So this is the sequence of n observations y1 is to n. We have denoted it like this. And this is basically, this denotes a vector y1, y2 up to yn. I have used this notation because this can also be used for multivariate cases. So this, in that case, this will become a matrix where y1, y2, yn all are vectors themselves. And but because to keep things simpler, we have assumed that this is we have assumed the univariate case and not a multivariate case. And then, but the method we propose, this can be extended very easily to the multivariate case. So we adopt a model-based method. What we do is we superimpose an autoregressive p is equal to 1 noise process on top of the signal vector. And what is the signal vector? It is nothing but a simulation of the abruptly changing random walk process. So we have yt equal to mu t plus epsilon t. And these are some of the calculations that we've done. We have taken that mu t is nothing but a sum of its previous mu value, some eta at t, which is IID normal 0 sigma square n, which is basically a noise, and some delta t, which is some constant or some real number, right? Which is basically a fluctuation. Now, this delta t, this is 0 except at certain time points, immediately after a set of n change points. So let's say you have n change points, then in that case, immediately after the mth change point, this dt might not always be 0, right? So unless t is equal to tau j plus 1, then your dt will not be 0, right? Otherwise, or unless this happens, dt will remain 0. So in our previous slide, you can rule out dt for all those cases only when t is equals to, for the jth change point, t is equal to tau j plus 1, then dt will have some change. So that is the change in mean due to the change point. That is how we are interpreting. Now, there are times when this model cannot be identified, right? So, well, let's say tau represents a change point. The information regarding of mu tau plus 1 and mu of tau is provided by the data itself. However, this delta of tau plus 1 might be precise in relation to eta of tau plus 1. This might also not be known. Therefore, we have to choose this assumption that delta of tau plus 1 equals the difference between mu of tau plus 1 minus mu tau, and that eta of tau plus 1 equals to 0. Now, when we take this assumption, then we find that this becomes consistent with the optimizing of the likelihood criteria. And this noise process, epsilon of tau, this is also a stationary autoregressive one process. And this is what the epsilon looks like. Again, Vt here is a noise term, further perturbance term, which is also following normal 0 sigma square V. And phi is some value between -1 and +1. And because this is, again, there is some autocorrelation going on, when t is equal to 1, in that case, epsilon 1 is just a random number from normal 0, comma this much variance, sigma v square upon 1 minus phi square. Now, in our paradigm, some special to arise. One completely determined by the previous value. Et is completely determined by, epsilon t is completely determined by epsilon t minus 1 value. There is no disturbance. And this happens only when sigma square eta is equal to 0, which is given in the previous slide. Yes. This one. So this means that this becomes deterministic. This eta t becomes deterministic. And because it is mean at 0, so this vanishes. All right. Now, in this case, our noise process is IID, and the model is comparable to a random walk with abruptly changing noise when phi also equals 0. Right. So when phi equals 0, this entire thing vanishes and only Vt remains. So Vt is basically some random walk with some abruptly changing noise with sigma v squared being its variance. Now, we are using this autoregressive one noise process to detect mean changes when this sigma eta square is 0, or in which case we, again, as we said a while earlier, when that eta term vanishes. Now we are coming to, so in this we have now modeled all the fluctuation. Then this is the theory behind the simulation for the data that we have conjured multiple times for comparing the different change point criteria. Now for our proposed model, this is the penalized maximum likelihood that first of all, let us talk about the likelihood function here. Actually, we have not just done a likelihood function. We have taken the likelihood function from some work done by Romano and others previously, Romano, Finehead, and all, and we have modified it into by penalizing it with some additional expressions. And here are the assumptions. We, in this case, to keep the notations consistent, we have taken that this phi, sigma square eta, and sigma square v, let us assume that these are known. Now, we can express a particular kind of probability for our model, which is the product of the local mean fluctuations, which is this eta from 2 to n, and the joint density of the observations. Now, eta starts from 2 to n because the fluctuations do not arise only with the first observation. You need more than one observation for fluctuations to happen. So we've taken it from 2 to n, and the joint density of the observations from 1 to n. Now, this is expressed in terms of mu and delta, and this is our likelihood function. This is the first line is the likelihood function, and this is the expression or the density based on which we design our cost function, right? So obviously, when we are maximizing likelihood, when we convert this into a cost function, we need to take some inverse function of this, or let's say not an inverse function, but a function which is to be minimized, right? So we need to invert it also, and then add some penalty to that also. So to do that, again, we have whatever I have said, we have just simply I've written it here only. So this is the penalized cost function that we have. This is denoted by script fn, and we have to minimize this quantity, which is again based on the previous density that we have got. Now here we have added the penalty factor as alpha. Now this alpha is the penalty for additional change points. So the more change points you have, your cost function will also increase. So why is that? Because if we do not do that, then for every abrupt change or for even minor changes, there will be a change point. In the next few slides, when we go to the results, you will be able to see there are multiple cases where we have used other frameworks. They have haphazardly allocated change points everywhere. So much so that the segments are so small, the interpretation of those change points become very complex. And because of that, we've added a penalty for additional change points. And instead of keeping the variance, we have taken the inverse or the reciprocal of those variances as a scale parameter lambda and gamma. And I here is an indicator function denoting whenever delta t is not equal to 0, then in that case we will be having an alpha. So we know that delta t is not equal to 0 only when there is a change point. So whenever there is a change point, I will become 1, and this alpha will be added, as you can see in this case. So this is how the penalty is working. Now, whenever that eta term vanishes or sigma squared eta equals 0, then it is suggested that obviously the eta is not here, term is not here. And so we drop the first term in the sum as well. All right. Now, to minimize this, we need some dynamic programming approach. Why? Because as you can see here, this is a very large expression, and to analytically minimize this will be a lot of work, right? So instead, we try to build a recursion relation using dynamic programming, and for that, we define this function q sub t, q mu sub t, which is actually a recursive relation based on this fn itself. So as you can see, this is nothing but that almost similar to this expression. We have just rooted out some of the excess constants from this term, and now we will be looking at how to recursively solve this using a dynamic programming approach, using this technique called decaps, which was actually coined by Finehead and Regal in their 2019 paper, and detecting changes in autocorrelated and fluctuating signals. So that's the full form of decap. Now, how do we do that? So this is how we change from script fn to q, and this is how we are basically converting that fn into a a recursion relation. So whenever we take f is already the minimized value, right? So we take qt of u as this recursive form, and then we add it to this. So firstly, we condition when the two when this mu t minus 1, let us take it as u. So at time point t minus 1, qt minus 1 of u plus this will be the minimum penalized cost for y1 from starting from 1 to t, which is the entire data set given u, right? Given u means this mu t minus 1, which means the previous mean is known. So given the previous mean, what is the minimum penalized cost for y1 to t, and we take that mu t or the tth mean, which is the new mean. Let us denote it as mu here. So whenever there is a mu here, it is the new mean. U is the older mean. So and then we minimize it over u itself. And so once we get that, this q of t minus 1 u, which is also present here, this is the minimum penalized cost for the data before time. So before time t, from y1 to t minus 1, given the previous mean, the minimum penalized cost for that is the q of u sub t minus 1. And this portion, this minimum of lambda of mu minus u whole squared comma alpha, this can be interpreted as the cost for the change in the mean from u to mu, right? So whenever there is a change from mu t minus 1 to mu t, then we are actually increasing the cost. So as you can see, we are not only increasing the cost on additional change point, but also increasing the cost based on how much the mean has shifted, not just for the additional change point. Now, this expression, this gamma of yt minus mu minus phi of this is interpreted as the cost of fitting the data point yt with mu t, right? Now, this recursion is also applicable to the special case of constant mean between change points. Why? Because this limit lambda tends to infinity minimum of this is actually alpha multiplied by indicator function whenever mu is not equal to. So what does this mean? Mu not equal to u. Mu is what? Mu at time t. The mean at time t. U is the previous mean. So whenever the new mean and the previous mean are not equal, I becomes 1, and then alpha is the minimum of lambda of mu minus 1. So this is how this works. And whenever lambda tends to infinity, obviously alpha will be higher, alpha will be lower. So this will be the case. But when mu is equal to u, this becomes 0, and so alpha is greater than 0. So because due to that, this becomes 0. So whenever u is equal to mu, then 0, otherwise alpha. Now, in this case, the challenge in this recursion is posed by the dependence between the current mean and the previous mean. Hence, we look towards the decaps. Actually, we have jumped it up. The previous mean is u, and the current mean is mu. I'll correct that. Please note, if you're noting, this here we'll write here there needs to be mu, and this is u. Now, when we look here, we look towards the decaps method, and the algorithm is given here. Right, so we initialize, and after that we take this value, we assign it to q1, and then from 2 to n we assign this value and then minimize it, and then we backtrack also. So there's a forward pass calculation and a backward pass calculation going on, and at the end we get a tau hat, which is basically an estimate of whether or not there is a change point, and at the point t and t plus 1, and so there we are. So at time t, if there is a change point, then we have tau hat. So tau hat is the next point where the change point is going to be, let's say, projected, or let's say to be predicted. So now that we have successfully dealt with the autocorrelated noise problem, we can now shift to our focus on outliers. So whenever there is a high concentration of outliers, in between the segments or within one segment, let's say, the changes in the mean or the perturbation of the mean might not get caught, right? But if there is a huge perturbation or there is a spike, then in that case, sometimes what happens is a new change point is assigned by most traditional. So what happens is due
Hello,
to that.
Mr. Das, you have last 5 minutes.
Oh, okay, sir. So I'll
try to finish.
yes, sir. Sorry. One second. Okay, so what happens is the sigma v square gets inflated, and that inflates the likelihood as well. And so what do? We take a local outlier scoring method, and this was inspired by from the work done by Wu and Mattison. And so this is some of the theory behind it. We have taken a sparse outlier process based on an independent horseshoe plus prior, which is basically a half Cauchy distribution, and here, your sigma tau psi is a hyperparameter responsible for the global price changes, and we have another scale parameter for hyperparameter for the local price shrinking. And this sequence tau t usually concentrates in the neighborhood of zero. Why we have used the half Cauchy distribution? Because it is one of those rare distributions which has basically its modes or its maxima near its extremes. So that is the values in the middle have a very low probability of occurring, and the value at the extremes have a very high probability of occurring, which makes it a very suitable candidate for this kind of a model. Yeah, so this is the score that we have developed, and it is given by 1 upon m, this entire thing. Now we propose that we have to threshold these marginal outlier scores to label these as outliers, and then comprehensively analyze these outlier scores jointly. Because of some shortage of time, let us not get into too much detail. But how have we measured the performance of all these models? We have taken the mean residual life or the expected life. So, in short, the average time points by which predicted change point is ahead or is delayed by a change point on projection. So, how is this calculated? This is your expected shelf life divided by the length of segment multiplied by number of incorrect change points. So that is how we have taken. So by this we can say that the lower the score, the better our model is at predicting change points. And we have also considered an accuracy metric for classification of whether or not an outlier is correctly classified or incorrectly classified. So we do the same thing, and it is basically along the lines of the concept of correctly classified instances or 1 minus the empirical probability of misclassification. And how is that achieved? We allocate cut points to the local outlier score at different partitions of the data set, and we treat the same as decision rule to classify whether a particular point belongs to either of the three categories, the three categories being either a change point or an outlier or none. So this is the general idea. We replicate the task of generating a data set, we build a change point detection framework, repeat all these things, and while repeating them, we record the empirical probability of misclassification for each iteration. And using those recorded EPMs, we calculate the proportion of cases where each model has an EPM of less than a prescribed alpha value. In our case, we have taken it to be 0.705, but you can use some other tuning, something. You can use cross validation and then tune that also. Now, based on our calculations and our experiments, not experiments, actually, our program that we built, we have seen that these are some of the existing technologies that are being used very widely in the market today. These are the most popular ones. So the BOCD that was given by Adams and McKay in 2007, this has an index of 31.5, and as you can see, ours has the lowest index, which means that ours performs better than the others in this regard, based on the index of mean residual life. And similarly, for the outlier scoring aspect as well, for the Bayesian BOCD and this segmentation and penalized likelihood with DCAS, in these papers, they have not taken the outliers into consideration at all. So because of that, there was no such classification of how good the outliers were or anything. But in the adaptive BCD and local outlier scoring hybrid with Wu and Mattison, they had a CCI coverage of 0.68, while ours had that of 0.75, which was better. Right. Now, judging from this above, we say that based on all the popular frameworks that we know, ours performs a little better. We are now working on some other performance measures on which to compare these models as well. And you can find all the codes and everything in GitHub on this link. I have provided a hyperlink here in the title page title slide as well. So you can go to the GitHub repository and click on the change point, and you can get all the codes, and you can repeat the experiment for yourself. And some of these are the how good the fit is and how the partitions have been given. If you can see, there are vertical lines which denote the change points. As you can see, this is the DCAPS one which we have used, and this gives us this kind of a view. So the fit is very good. As you can see, the red one denotes the fit, and the gray ones denote the original data points. And this is the Bitcoin data set that we're talking about. These gray vertical lines, these are the ones in which the change point has been detected. This is the one that was given by Killick and others as an environmental CPT into 2021. As you can see, they have had an oversaturation of change points. So this is one. Next, we have piecewise segmented linear regression also, which is also very popular. And as you can see here also, they have taken a lot of change points based on students T statistic also. There also we can see that even if we tune the threshold parameter or the T statistic, then also we can see that the outliers, not outliers, I mean, there are the number of change points that this is giving is very, very, very large. And this is the PELT. The problem with the pruned exact linear time algorithm is that it only provides one change point for the entire data set. So wherever the T statistic is the highest, at whichever point it will give the change point in that. So here you need to give the number of change points from beforehand. So that is another problem. And then this is the classic BOCD or the Bayesian online change point detection techniques by Adam and McKay. And again, as you can see, because there is autocorrelated noise present in the Bitcoin data, we can see that the number of change points here is far, far too saturated, too many, very concentrated. This is the heterogeneous simultaneous multi-scale change point estimator. And this has also been in the rounds by, again, Killick and others and Firehead. This paper was actually published around in 2019. And here, as you can see, there are blocks. So this has a very blockwise change point identification. And so here there are, in a very short span, you can see there are multiple change points being detected in very short spurts. Right. So again, whenever there are change points that actually can be detected, like in the around the 500th observation, here a change point was supposed to come, but they have not.
Okay, Mr. Das, you may stop now because next presentation is there.
Okay, sorry. Yes. So this is our outlier scoring that we have done. The red dots indicate where the outliers have been detected, and the other lines indicate that they are just normal change points. And this was based on the simulation. This is one among 10,000. We have repeated this experiment 10,000 times and then got the final performance. And these are the conclusions and the future scope. So again, as you can see, in the presence of noise and outliers, ours performs better. And we are also looking to bypass the barriers posed by some normality diagnostics as well. And we'll also be including some advanced clustering algorithms and some deep learning approaches as well in the future. So thank you. Any questions?
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes.
Sir, like, suppose we are taking a data set from any online platform like UCI or Kaggle.
Yes.
And we are applying outlier detection model, like any model you can say. Suppose I am applying isolation forest algorithm for detecting outliers. So,
Isolation
sir,
forest.
yes, sir. Sir, in that algorithm, we are giving an input of some contamination or some percentage. So my question is, after the algorithm works, it gives us a certain amount of or a number of outliers from the data set. What are the further procedures to check the reliability of that contamination? Like the contamination is good we are taking. What are the further performance?
By contamination, do you mean impurity metrics like entropy and all?
Sorry, sir.
By contamination, do you mean impurity metrics like entropy and Gini coefficient and all these things? as in
Sir,
decision
no,
trees?
sir, no. Sir, this is a basic number of outliers like 5%, 10%, 0.05, 0.10. That is the category.
Okay. So you have this
Yes, sir.
contamination metric that so basically the metric describes how many or
Yes, sir.
how much prone the data is to outliers. Am I right?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Okay. Yes.
So, sir, my question is, what are the performance metrics which we have to check? Like, what are the parameters which we have to check after the algorithm gives us certain amount of outliers?
Okay, so you are talking about what the impurity metric, or sorry, the contamination metric you're talking about. It actually gives us whether or not the data is riddled with outliers or not. It actually says nothing about the model. Maybe what can happen is maybe you have fit a model, and the data there are some perturbations in the data
Okay,
which is
you may
reflecting on
discuss
the
at
repetition.
later stage because we have exceeded our time.
Okay,
Next
sorry.
Okay,
session
sir.
is
No
going to
problem, sir.
Yes, you
Okay, sir.
can mail me
you
your
may
query and
contact me.
I'll try.
Okay,
Okay,
sir. Sure, sir.
let me thanks the both speaker. Actually, Professor Hangal was first speaker and second speaker was Professor Murlidharan. Instead of Professor Murlidharan, we have permitted his PhD student Mr. Das to present his work here. So I thanks both speakers on the behalf of organizers, and I would like to thank the organizers also for giving me opportunity to chair this session. Thank you very much, and let us thank to both speakers. So I hand over this session to organizers for further proceeding.
Yeah, Professor Mullaidharan is also available here in the group, I think so. If you have anything you have to get clarification.
I
No.
think he is not there. That is why we have permitted Mr.
Yeah.
Das.
But okay. I
On,
just send a message to me. It's available.
yeah.
That's why.
Oh, I see.
Okay.
So, Mr. Das, you may stop your presentation. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Shinde, for chairing the session in a very nice way and timely, concluded in timely way. Manner. And in fact, we are very much grateful to the speakers of the session, especially Professor Hanagal and Professor Murlidharan has some urgent issues. That's why he mentioned we allowed Agnivadas to present the ideas. And now let us move to the next session. I hope the speakers are there. We have in the next session we have Professor Sadgupta and Professor Kanchan Jain is available to chair the session. I hope Nayana is here in the group, isn't it, Nayana?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Nayana, by the time you can please introduce the chair and do the military supporting her to run the session in a smooth.
Okay, sir. Hello, everyone. We are moving on to the third technical session of WSTA 2024, which is a keynote address that shall be chaired by Kanchan Jain. Professor Kanchan Jain is currently working at Department of Statistics, Punjab University. She is an elected member of International Statistical Institute, Netherlands, and the National Academy of Science, India. And also, she is a life member of Calcutta Statistical Association, International Indian Statistical Association, and Indian Society of Probability and Statistics, and also she published more than 50 research papers. Her areas of interest include reliability, survival analysis, actuarial statistics, distribution theory, stochastic processes, inference, and measurement error models. We are really lucky to have you, Professor Kanchan Jain, for chairing the session today. So, with great joy and honor, I cordially invite you, Professor, to chair the session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thanks, Ms. Naina Jyoti. I thank Professor Satish to give me this opportunity to chair the session. I wanted to present this due to some issues. I'm not in a position at this moment to present, but he called me and told me to chair, and I'm thankful to him for this. So, in this session, I have the privilege to chair the session in which Professor Sat Gupta will be delivering a talk. Professor Gupta is currently a professor at Department of Statistics at University of North Carolina, Greensboro. He earned a PhD in mathematics from University of Delhi in 77 and a PhD in statistics from Colorado State University in 87. He joined the University of North Carolina in 2004 after being at the University of Southern Maine for 18 years. He has to his credit numerous awards, including the UNCG Senior Research Excellence Award and the UNCG College of Arts and Sciences Senior Teaching Excellence Award. His research interests include sampling designs, time series forecasting, and biostatistics. He has appeared as expert witness in many court cases and is the founding editor of the reputed Journal of Statistical Theory and Practice. He is also a fellow of the American Statistical Association. So it's an honor to have him as a speaker here. So over to Professor Sat Gupta, who will be delivering his talk on enhancing trust in quantitative optional randomized response technique models. So Professor Gupta, please. Hello, Professor Gupta. I saw him in the...
Yeah, I unmuted myself now. Good morning, everyone. And I say good morning because where I live, it is early morning here. I know it's evening in Kerala. So good evening, good morning. And thank you, Dr. Jain, for your kind words. And thank you, Dr. Satish, for the invitation to give a talk here. And before I proceed, let me apologize for this deep laryngitis that I have. I have been struggling for 2 years now and try to get treatment at many places, including hospitals in India, hospitals in the US. Nobody seems to know what went wrong. They all think that I have a problem in my head rather than a problem in my throat. So in any case, be warned that you'll have to concentrate a little extra hard to understand what I'm saying. So let me share my screen, and I hope it goes well.
Yeah, in the bottom there is an upward arrow.
Present now.
Yeah.
Well, why am I not able to share my screen? I practiced with
Present now.
Entire screen.
You can choose the entire screen. Yeah, now it is coming.
Can you see my screen now?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. So the title of my talk is Enhancing Trust in Quantitative Optional Randomized Response Technique Model. I have colored in red the important parts for my talk. And the talk is about RRT, which is a survey technique when survey questions are sensitive in nature, where face-to-face data collection is subject to bias. Now, you might say that why do you need to have data collection face-to-face? I think we all know that mail surveys, even online surveys, response rate is very poor. So in order to get to response rate, you have to rely on face-to-face survey, but then in face-to-face survey, you can't ask sensitive question like, have you ever hit your wife, or have you ever hit your child, and stuff like that. So there are these models, and as we go, you'll see. And many of you may already be familiar with these models. So RRT is not a new thing. RRT has been around since 1965. Then there's the optional RRT, which started around 2002, where if you don't think the question is sensitive, give a direct answer. But if you think the question is sensitive, you give a RRT answer, a scrambled answer, and the researcher doesn't know which kind of answer you are providing. So that's the optionality. Another part is trust. One might think, or Warner thought, that with RRT, there's no reason for people to not cooperate or still lie. But then there are issues where, in spite of RRT, people may not trust your model to maintain their privacy. And therefore, what do we have to do in order to win the trust? So that's basically the idea behind this work. And here are the main points that I will be covering. Basic RRT, called fundamental, but there's nothing fundamental about it. It's fairly standard technique now. But then there are these new innovations that have taken place in recent years, like a mixture, optionality, how to improve trust. So I'll talk about those. And then bulk of the talk will be item 3, which is a mixture optional enhanced amount of MOET. So that's what the whole talk is actually based on. And then we all know that in estimation, if you have access to a credible auxiliary variable, the quality of estimation can be improved. But then what's not so commonly known is that auxiliary information actually can mess up your privacy. So more information you provide to the researcher, the more easy it becomes to identify you as to who you are. So auxiliary information, people mostly utilize it for improving efficiency, but not realize what the damage it can cause. And then we'll get to measurement errors, and I saw that Dr. Jain, one of our areas is measurement errors, but I will not go very deep in measurement errors, but just to give a little idea as to how much damage can be done if you do not account for measurement errors and ignore them. Now the RRT, there's the basic concept I already talked about. Why do you need RRT? When you have sensitive question, you do need RRT. The original models were given by Warner and Greenberg. In the binary case, Warner introduced his model in 65, Greenberg in 1969. They both gave quantitative RRT models also in 1971. And then privacy and efficiency, well, they go in opposite direction. Efficiency is how good is your estimate. Privacy is privacy to the respondent, how confident the respondent could feel about his identity or her identity not being diverse. Now, essentially, these two things go in opposite direction. You, like Warner or Greenberg, anybody else, they try to get you privacy by adding some noise in the data. So more noise you add, more privacy you get. But then obviously more noise you add, worse the data. And if the data quality is bad, the efficiency also is going to go down. So it's a kind of a struggle, just like in the case of confidence intervals. On one hand, you want your confidence interval to be narrow, so that it's more precise. But when you make the confidence interval narrow, you are now taking a risk. Your confidence is going down. And so we have to come up with a kind of a happy marriage of those things. I'm making some noise about this last part because most of the papers I read in the RRT domain, they concentrate largely on efficiency and they pretty much ignore the privacy. They think that privacy is already guaranteed, so don't worry about it. And they introduce models without realizing that the new model has more efficiency but has poor privacy, so hidden bias may come into play. So I'll get into this discussion. I think you are all familiar with the situation where you have sensitive questions, like in marketing. The question is, certain sports which are kind of related to rich people, like tennis is a rich person game. Cricket these days, everybody plays cricket, wrestling, kabaddi, things like that. So how rich are those people who are playing tennis, public health, teenagers staying away from underage sex? How many medical students attempt suicide? These are kind of high pressure, discipline. And we hear a lot about students in quota who commit suicide because the competition is so brutal. Since this talk is on the quantitative side, I'm going to concentrate only on the quantitative model. So the first quantitative model was by Warner in 1971. The idea was very simple. If y is the true variable and y is sensitive, so you don't want to speak y. So what you do is you report y plus some noise. And S is a scrambling variable. So you draw a scrambling number, add it to the true y, and report that. Some people do multiplicative scrambling. Some people do a linear combination of scrambling. Some people do some other kind of scrambling. But this is the simple basic idea of Warner. And then the model works in a very, very elementary way. You can see that the expected value of z is expected value of y plus expected value of s. Now, since this scrambling variable was designed by you, you know what the mean of s is, and you can then easily get the estimate for the mean of y. And you can tell that if you want to find out the variance, it will be the typical variance of the sample mean plus the variance of s gets added. So if you have more noise, the ultimate estimator will have poor efficiency. If you have less noise, the estimator will have greater efficiency. And Greenberg had a similar approach. What he does is that with probability p, you report the true answer. With probability 1 minus p, you report a totally unrelated answer. So the researcher doesn't know which kind of answer is being provided. So a spoken answer could be the true answer, or a spoken answer could be a totally unrelated answer. In order to ensure credibility, you choose the unrelated question, somewhat similar to the real question, so that people cannot guess that, oh no, this is something that could not have been possible. So they are not able to make that guess. The idea is fairly simple. And again, simple basic elementary probability statistics rule, you can find out the expected value, blah, 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 and you can get your mean estimator fairly easily. And question now is, what's a good RRT model? If you have competing RRT models, which one are you going to prefer? And as I already said, that efficiency is one issue. That is, what's the mean square error? And I say mean square error, not the variance, because some of the estimators, as you might know, in the RRT domain are biased estimators. So we look at MSE, and then the privacy is essentially the average square distance between the spoken answer and the true answer. Now, obviously, if the value of del is very small, then there is poor privacy, because that would mean that your z and y are sufficiently close. So you want z and y to be, away from one another, and therefore you want your delta to be high. So you want efficiency to be low, efficiency to be, well, I define efficiency in terms of MSE. So you want your MSE to be low so that efficiency is high. And you want your del also, the privacy level also high. So MSE should be low, del should be high. And then in a 2018 paper, we introduced the concept of a unified major, which includes both MSc as well as privacy. Now, let me just acknowledge that this is just one way of unifying the two concepts. And you may have your own method of unifying MSc and the privacy. Now, obviously, you want MSc to be small, you want del to be high, so therefore a smaller value of delta is considered to be better. So if you give me two models, I'll try to calculate delta for those two models or estimate delta, and then smaller the value of delta, better the underlying hierarchy model. That's what we are doing. You may choose to go in a totally different path. Now, here are some new innovations that happened. Actually, the order should have been a little different. Optionality was introduced in 2002 through a JSPI paper. More recently, the concept of mixture was introduced by one of my students, Maxwell Lowe, 2021. And then the whole trust bandwagon, we started getting on that bandwagon in the last couple of years. That in spite of privacy, people may still not trust your model. So what can you do to make these suspecting respondents feel a little more confident? So what do you do about that? So these are some of the newer things that are happening. Now, what's a mixture? Well, essentially, pick elements of two different models. We all know that, generally speaking, Warner's model has a higher privacy level, and Greenberg model has a higher efficiency level. So the question is, why can't you mix the two and have best of both worlds? And we'll see that through appropriate mixing, you can get a overall better estimator, better in the sense of unified major, not better in terms of privacy, but better overall when you factor in both the things. And optionality, as I was telling earlier, in a 2002 paper, we talked about optionality, which means that if the question is sensitive, use RRT. If the question is not sensitive, give the correct answer. So what's happening here is that if you, with probability W, you think the question is sensitive, this proportion of people think the question is not sensitive. So for them, privacy doesn't matter. So they'll give you the correct answer. But if you think the question is sensitive, you could do Warner scrambling, or you could do some other kind of scrambling. So that's the idea of optionality. Trust, well, if you're dealing with an unrelated question, why would you worry about trust? If somebody says, were you born in April? Well, yes or no. So there's no trust issue, or do you go to movies? Simple questions. Trust is not an issue, but trust becomes an issue here. And if you feel that the question is sensitive, then if you trust the RRT to protect your privacy, then use a basic model like Warner editor model. But if you still suspect that the trust might not be maintained, then you can add some more noise. So there's additive noise, there's multiplicative noise. So those who trust, they give the basic scrambling model. Those who have less trust, they are allowed a little extra layer of scrambling. So there are two scrambling variables involved here. There's only one that's involved here. Now, the whole talk, as I said, is going to be largely on MOET. It's a mixture optional enhanced trust model. There is a OET that was introduced in 2022, but that was not a mixture model. And this particular paper gets into the mixing aspect of it, and then how does it improve things. And these are some of the issues that we will talk about. Now, here's the model again. There is the optionality right up front. If you think the question is no big deal, just answer directly and move on. You're gone. But if you think the question is sensitive, Then you go on the RRT path. And on the RRT path, there's a mixing element, there's a trust element, and there was a Greenberg element. So there are different things that come into play. So here is the mixing, as I was saying. So are you going to go in the Wagner direction, or are you going to go in a Greenberg kind of a underrated direction? So that allows you that. Here's the optionality part right up front. Are you going up or are you going down? Which path are you going to follow? And then there is the trust issue. And if you trust, use the basic model. If you don't trust or have less trust, add more noise. And similarly here, in the Greenberg case, when you are asked to give the correct answer, then if you trust the model, you give the correct answer. If you don't trust, you can use the extra noise, just like what you are using here. You can use the extra noise here also. And you can see that the final response, Z, could be this with probability W times alpha times A. Or it could be this with probability W times alpha times 1 minus A plus. There's another piece here. So you can look at all the branches and you can come up with this. So the reported response could be either this or this or this or this with certain probability, and this is the expected value of the reported response. I have highlighted W and μi because these are the two unknown parameters here. The mean of Y is something that I was really interested in, but W came in because of my desire to add optionality. If you put W equal to 1, you're back to the 2022 and non-optional enhanced stress model. So, I mean, optional enhanced stress model, yeah, that's what it will be. But if you put alpha equal to 1, then you go back to the previous model. And you could use other values of S and T, but you will see on the next slide that if you take the average additive noise to be 0 and average multiplicative noise to be 1, then things become a bit easier. And these are the choices people commonly use. And what you could do is, if you are working with this equation, the problem is that you have two unknowns, one equation and two unknowns. So you cannot solve it. So a standard technique is that you use a split sample approach. That is, you can use one value of P in one sample and another value of P in the other sample. And if you do that, then you can solve for both μi and W. And this is my estimated for the mean of Y. And P1, P2, these are known to me. Actually, if you look at, go back a little bit, here's your P. And this is the Greenberg P. You know, some of the respondents could be given a sampling device or a randomization device where the choice of P is P1. Another group of people could be using P equal to P2. And ultimately, it's just a device to solve one equation into unknown. And the variance of μi hat is going to be given by this. Now, interestingly, note here, the estimator for Y does not involve W. This is the reported, the mean of the reported response in the second group, mean of the reported response in the first group. W is not even here. So if you want W to be just, ignore W, let's say, let it be whatever it is. I mean, I'm not interested in estimating it. Well, then this is your estimation and you're done. Now, in terms of finding out the variance, obviously, when you do variance of Z1 bar, variance of Z2 bar, W is going to come in here. But then these variances can be estimated by the corresponding sample variances divided by N for the two groups of responses. So the point is that all of this stuff, you could close the book right here and say, I'm done. I don't need to worry about W. But if you want to worry about W, and before, then you can solve the same equation into unknown and get a W estimator also. And the privacy, using the definition of Jan, you can go through the calculation, no big deal. Then you can do the privacy calculation. And I'm calling it del alpha because this is the privacy associated with a mixture model rather than a non-mixture model. So again, if you want to get involved with W, you can do it. But if you don't want to deal with this, then you're fine. You still have to do, the split sample approach because you could not have gotten a clean estimator that does not involve W with a single sample. Now, this is just an illustrative picture. It's not a real picture, but this is just to show you the role of this mixing parameter. When alpha is 0, then essentially you are staying more on the lower bracket, that is the Greenberg side of things. And when alpha is 1, you are, there are two different things here. Efficiency is given by the gray bar, privacy is given by the green bar. So as your alpha is increasing from Greenberg more towards 1, your privacy will be increasing, but the efficiency will be going down. So you can clearly see that a value of alpha which is 0 or the value of alpha which is 1 is not ideal, because one can give you a best answer in terms of efficiency, the other will give you the best answer in terms of privacy, but a happy marriage could be somewhere over here. So all I'm trying to do here is to highlight the significance of the mixing idea. And of course, you can try to optimize the mixing using pilot samples and all that. But for now, just remember the thought that a mixture model can do better in general in terms of the unified measurement, a non-mixture model. Now, why the efficiency is generally a decreasing function of alpha and why the privacy is an increasing function of alpha? Well, you think of f of alpha as the variance of y. And it's easy to argue that the first derivative is going to be positive under certain conditions, which are necessary but not sufficient condition. So you can choose your alpha in such a way that you have, in general, like when these things happen, your efficiency will be decreasing. And similar thing could be done in terms of privacy, that the privacy could be increasing as alpha is increasing. So again, that illustrated picture that I showed, we're just trying to sort of justify that a bit more mathematically. Now here is a simulation table that I am presenting. One is the non-mixture optional model, the other is a mixture optional model. So alpha is not playing a role here. Alpha is playing a role on the right-hand side part of the table. And I'm using alpha equal to 0.15. Well, why did I choose alpha equal to 0.15? We did a lot of simulations and we saw that a large amount of mixing doesn't help a lot. Maybe a small amount of mixing can help. And if you look at this, the highlighted box, I'm using the trust level to be 95%. Now, why 95%? Again, RRT sort of ensures trust, but there will be some people who don't trust it. So it's not going to be that A is going to be pretty low, like 10%, 20%. That means that you have a very bad RRT model. So your trust level is generally very high, but may not be exactly 100%. I'm using different values of W, the optionality parameter. Your W could be, 1, that means everybody thinks the question is sensitive, or 90% people think sensitive, and so on. And my true mu I was 2, and you can see that the estimated mu I had. Whether you use this method or you use this method, you are estimating mu I fairly accurately. But look at the mean square error. Here it is 0.0454, but here it is 0.0089. So the mixture model, as expected, was giving you a much better efficiency. But look at the privacy. Here the privacy was a magnitude 3.75. Here the privacy is 1.59. So as you saw already that efficiency will increase, privacy will go down. But then if you look at the unified measure with the non-mixture model is 0.121. But here it is 0.056. So again, in terms of efficiency alone or in terms of privacy alone, mixture model is not doing better than the non-mixture model. But in terms of the unified measure, it's doing better. And then your W also can be estimated fairly accurately. But you may choose to ignore estimation on W and not invest all the energy over there. Let me go into the second piece. Let me have a little bit of water. So those who work in sampling will know that using auxiliary information, you can introduce ratio estimator, regression estimator, some kind of a mixture, exponential and whatnot. And in the relationship between auxiliary information and the estimator efficiency question is what's going on there, when you're making use of auxiliary information. And it's common knowledge that auxiliary information should be used in privacy not in mind. Now, this is a piece that many researchers ignore. They think that I got a highly correlated auxiliary variable, let's go ahead and use it. Sure, if you do that, your efficiency will be great. But then this highly correlated auxiliary variable can mess up your privacy. And in the RT domain, privacy also is an important issue. So we need to worry about that. And we all know that in the sampling domain, how do you make use of ratio estimator or auxiliary information? You use this true mean of X and the sample mean of X as a inflation-deflation factor to modify your mu Y. And we do the same thing here. You saw a couple of slides ago that this was my mean estimator, and I'm using this piece as an inflation-deflation factor along these lines. Now, what's going on here? Because I'm using split sample approach, so my true mean of X will remain the same, mu X. But my sample mean in the two subsamples will be different. So I'm using X1 bar and X2 bar, and since there are two of them, I need to correct for this by using 1/2, otherwise I'll get a value which is twice what it should be. And going through standard calculations, no big deal here. You can get your MSE of the mean estimator. And it turns out that the ratio estimator will be more efficient when this condition is satisfied. And again, those of you who are in the sampling domain would know that there is similar condition in the non-RRT domain also, that if the correlation is generally greater than 1/2, also information leads to more efficient estimator, otherwise not. And it's just one of those conditions. You can rewrite the condition in terms of coefficient of variation also. And you can calculate the privacy and bias also going through some basic mathematical derivations. But look at this table. And I'm comparing a ratio estimator to the basic estimator. Now, basic estimator is where you're not making use of auxiliary information. So you see the title, there is basic estimator, and then there is the ratio estimator where auxiliary information is being used. So again, I'm working with a situation where I think my mean was 10, and my estimate is coming out to be fine because I'm not using, you get an unbiased estimator actually. If you're not using ratio estimators, then the sample mean is unbiased estimator. So this is going to be that. And then if you're using ratio estimator, you are still doing pretty good, not too bad. And you can also see that the mean square error. Here it was 0.12541046. We expect a mean square error to go down. But look at the condition that we talked about, and we said that if the correlation is strong enough, we said that it's greater than this, then things will get better. And therefore, you can see that the condition is satisfied, as in these cases, your MSC will be better, like you can see here. But then, when the condition is not satisfied, you can see 1254 versus 1382. Now look at this and look at this. So this condition, it's important to realize that before you do the sampling, you don't know what the correlation might be. You rely on pilot studies and stuff like that. But then in general, you need to have some idea whether cultural information will lead to some benefit or not. Is your correlation prima facie high enough or not? And we are using correlations here which are 0.9, 0.75, 0.5. Now in this case, when correlation is poor, you can see that that condition is satisfied only in one case. The other case is it's not satisfied. And this tells you that when the condition is satisfied, there is a reduction in MSC. But when the condition is not satisfied, rather than reduction, your MSC actually becomes worse. This column talks about the gain you can have or reduction in sample size. You might say that, well, I'm happy with the MSC that you get without auxiliary information. And if that kind of a inaccuracy is acceptable to you, then you could do the same thing by smaller sample size. Rather than 500, you could have a sample size which is about 18, less than 500. So this is what this column is showing you. And the last part, the measurement error, we know that measurement errors, they do happen. You can try to be careful that you minimize those, but there's no guarantee. Particularly when you use a complex looking RRT model, mistakes can happen. I also want to tell you that the trust is intentional. Trust violation people do intentionally, but measurement error is not intentional. You're not trying to fool anyone. It's just that these things they do happen. The question is, are you conscious of that or not? And again, what you are trying to point out is that you can find out the mean square error in the presence of measurement error, as we have done earlier for ratio estimator as well as the ordinary estimator. So again, go through calculation that you'll be able to see it. But what I want to point out here is that take a look at this. The empirical MSC for the basic estimator where auxiliary information is not being used. For this estimator, just see, here are the empirical MSC, and if measurement error is accounted for, these are the MSCs. So the empirical and the theoretical MSCs are in a pretty good match. But if you feel, or if you by mistake think that, no, I didn't make any measurement error, then your theoretical values and empirical values will be different. So you're making a mistake. You're glorifying the quality of the estimator. So you can see that the reported mean square error will be actually 20% less than what it should have been. So even with the basic, RRT estimator, ignoring the mean square error can give you a false MSC to the tune of 10 to 20%, as we show in this example. Situation can get even worse when you're using auxiliary information. Remember, measurement error, now there are two sources. There is Z and there is X. And you can see that ignoring the measurement error, your mean square error could be messed up much more drastically. I think the message I'm trying to convey here is that even if you feel that you have been very methodical, meticulous, measurement errors could still be there. So just keep an eye on that and see if you can account for that. Here are some references. I've highlighted the ones which we have contributed. For example, this 2018 paper was where we introduced the concept of unified measure of efficiency and privacy. This is a paper where we talk about optionality with RRT model. And this was done in the additive domain using additive scrambling. Again, optionality idea not new, but the technique was different rather than multiplicative scrambling. We're using additive scrambling. And then this was the earlier paper 2022, which was you're dealing with trust, but we are not using any mixture here. And here is again in the binary domain a mixing idea. And contents of this paper, the early part is largely coming from a paper we just published, where we are doing mixing and we are doing all the other things that were done in the earlier works. So these are some of the references, and I would like to thank you for listening to my presentation. And I'll be happy to take any questions or comments.
Thank you, Professor Gupta, for a very enlightening talk on RRT models, in particular MOET models. We have been introduced to the concept of efficiency and privacy. Professor David Banks has raised a hand, so I'll over to him for the question.
Hi, Sat. That was a great talk. I love your work on randomized.
Good to see you here, David.
Good to see you too. I love your work on randomized response, and I've often wondered if there might be a continuum of non-response type model going on here. I can imagine that somebody who, well, for example, we're asking students to whether or not they've ever cheated in college, and I use the randomized response technique. I can imagine that somebody who cheats all the time would refuse to answer honestly, whereas somebody who cheated, maybe once or twice might be more likely to participate in the randomized response protocol. So I was wondering if you've thought about some sort of model that might include the degree of trust as a function of how much they are trying to protect their privacy.
Yeah. David, that's a great thought because the whole concept of non-response is that sometimes you don't respond because of lack of trust. Many times you don't respond because you just don't have the time and you don't have the interest. You just walk away. So there's nothing you can do about that. Maybe you can use some incentives or some other stuff. We are using non-response in one, but we have not related it to the lack of trust. The lack of trust, as you say, could also lead to non-response, and we have not incorporated that angle yet. As I pointed out, we started making noise about lack of trust in RRT for the last 2-3 years. I had a very bright undergrad student from Purdue in our summer research program. On day one, she said that, Dr. Gupta, you have RRT, looks good, but what if I still don't trust it? What do you do? And that girl is not doing PhD at Chapel Hill, and that gave rise to this whole, bunch of paper that we wrote that how do you account for trust? Different people will account for it differently. But in the non-trust setting, we have a few papers where we had dealt with the concept of non-response also, but not related to the trust factor. But good talk.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question? Any other participant, if you want to ask any question?
Sir, I had one question.
Yes.
See, as per your talk, you said that OET model shows superior privacy and the other model MOET shows superior efficiency and unified. Now, as a layman, which model we should accept?
Well, there are two things. If you feel that the efficiency is something that matters more to you, you could go with the MOET model, but just keep in mind that privacy is going to be an issue. So my own advice is that having established that in terms of the unified measure, the MOET model is better than the OET model.
Yeah.
So I would recommend to go with MOET rather than OET, except that you need to make use of alpha. How do you choose alpha? That's something that user judgment, maybe some pilot work. As I showed you in the illustrative design, as alpha changes from 0 to 1, things begin to interchange. Your efficiency starts going up, privacy begins to go down, or the other way around. So you just have to, choose the alpha carefully. But alpha equals 0 and alpha equals 1, they are not the solution.
Yeah, right.
So that much is clear. But do I have a magic choice for alpha? I don't. Because I just want to highlight the point that some amount of mixing is going to be good. Just like when your mom or spouse or sister cooks some food at home, we know that some salt should be added. But how much salt should be added? If you add a lot of salt, bad news. If you add no salt, bad news. How much will be the ideal? It all depends on the taste of the family. So the take-home message is some alpha will be useful.
Thank you.
Professor Gupta, I have a small query.
Yes, ma'am.
In your second table, for some cases, delta n was 0. What is the interpretation?
Yeah, so delta n is telling you how much reduction in sample size can you get. And when I say delta n is 0, that means you're not getting any reduction in the sample size. So if you are getting better efficiency, but you want to invest it, not in terms of accuracy, but you want to invest it by having a reduced sampling cost, then you can tell that you can recruit 82 lesser number of subjects or 50 or 100 or 200 lesser number of subjects. So in terms of sample size, you can get some reduction. So delta n equals 0 tells you that no, you're not going to get any reduction. So that was the interpretation.
Does it have to do something with privacy? Delta n is for privacy. So if your
privacy, yeah, I think privacy is more of a function of the model, and efficiency is a function of the data that you collected. So I think it's largely connected to the efficiency and not to the privacy. By having more people, you're not going to increase your privacy. Although I should say it carefully, because one of the arguments one of David's colleagues, Jerry Reiter, pushes forward is that although it's a little different, if you can change the aggregation level, that is, if you do your sample on your street, then privacy is very little. If the sample is done in your town, then privacy level is much higher. So there is that angle to it. But in general, privacy is a function of the model itself, and efficiency is a function of the data that you collected.
Okay, thank you, sir. I think Professor Sheila Mishra had raised hand.
Hi, Sheila. How are you?
Hello, sir. It's so good to see you after such a long time, even if it is virtual. And I just wanted to thank you for such an interesting paper, because trust is really a big issue nowadays in the society. And as you mentioned, like in the mental health cases or within the family even, or whenever it comes to the like the money matters as well. So thank you so much, and a special congratulations, because despite of your health issues, I salute your courage that you could make it, because I couldn't make it. I was having certain issues with my eyes, and it was like really difficult for me to read and write for quite some time. So despite of like the request from Professor Satish, I couldn't make it. So that is a level of appreciation for you that I wanted to share. And thank you so much. That's it.
Thank you, Sheila. And Sheila was my colleague in my university for 1 year, like a couple of years ago. It's great to have her as a colleague. And also for David and for Sheila, we are moving to Texas from North Carolina. And the reason is that a lot of people voice some rest. And staying here in Greensboro and teaching regular classes, I'm not able to nurse. So going away from the scene might help. I saw that when I wake up in the morning, my voice is beautiful. And as the day progresses, my voice begins to go down. And I thought if I move away and teach online, sitting in Dallas, maybe I will be able to give more rest to my vocal cords. In terms of hospitals, as I said, nothing seems to help. I want to do. They wait many times. Wake Forest, Cornell, several hospitals in India. If they say there's nothing wrong with your voice, it's just that mentally you started speaking differently. And I don't buy that, but what do you do? You pay them the money and then you hear the verdict that the problem is here and not here. And it's kind of frustrating. I think the only good thing is that when I wake up, it's about 10 o'clock or so, my voice is much better. Now, if I keep quiet, it will be better all day.
Yeah.
But if I begin speaking, it begins to go down. Sorry for the indulgence, but I thought I'll mention.
We wish you a very speedy recovery and a great time ahead. And definitely, we would love to see you and meet you again as soon as possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Gupta. Despite your problem, you could manage it, and it was wonderful to hear you. Your voice was very audible, and there was no issue. So, and we are also thankful to you. We are also thankful to you for opening a research area for the participants here, and few of them or many of them will be, I think, entering this area and doing more research work. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Professor Jain, Kanchan Jain, for nicely managing the session. And let us give a big clap to our Professor Saj Gupta for the wonderful talk. And very informative. And even in this stage, he has given a very informative talk, useful for several, lot of researchers. I hope they will.
Thank you, Professor Satish.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you.
Thank you, Professor Gupta, once again for your support and for taking in, everything in a positive way and come across the difficulties. And our prayers are always with you, Professor, and for your speedy recovery. And once again, thanking you, Kanchan Jai, for chairing the session. Now let us move to the next session. Professor Sheila Mishra is here with us to chair the session. Welcome, madam. And also Professor Gauri Datta is ready to start. I hope Nitya is here in the group. Is it?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
Nitya, please introduce our chair and support her to manage the session. Please.
Okay, sir.
Welcome.
Hello everyone. We are moving on to the fourth technical section of WSTA 2024, which is a contributory section that shall be chaired by Dr. Sheila Mishra. Dr. Sheila Mishra is the Dean Faculty of Lucknow University and visiting professor of North Carolina University, USA, who has completed here graduation, post-graduation and PhD from Lucknow University. She also got certificate in research methods from Harvard University, USA in 2013. She has about 100 publications and innovative practices of statistics and research,
statistics and informatics in agriculture research, and much more are here contributions to journals and books. We are really lucky to have you, ma'am, chairing this section today. With great pleasure and honor, I invite Dr. Sheila Misra to chair the section. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nitya. And first of all, I would like to thank the Dr. C. Satish Kumar for giving me the opportunity to have an interaction and be benefited by the esteemed speaker through WSTA 2024. As I said earlier, due to my health issues, I couldn't make a contribution, but definitely it is good to be part of this program. So now we are going to proceed towards technical session number 4, which is going to be from 7:15 to 7:55 as per IST. And the speaker today is Professor Gauri Shankar Datta from University of Georgia, USA. And he is going to speak on a small area estimation for non-normal Fay-Harriet model. And to introduce Dr. Gauri Shankar Gupta. He is a professor in the Department of Statistics at the University of Georgia and is a mathematical statistician part-time at the US Census Bureau. He earned his PhD in 1990 from the University of Florida. His research interests include Bayesian statistics, model-based inference and survey sampling, small area estimation, and large sample theory. He serves in the editorial boards of the Journal of the Royal Statistical Society, Series A, Sankhya, and Environmental and Ecological Statistics. He is an elected fellow of American Statistical Association and the Institute of Mathematical Statistics. So it is really great that we are having such an esteemed and acclaimed professor among us. And now it is our honor to invite Professor Gauri Datta to present his talk. So you are welcome, Professor Datta. Please share your talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Misra, and thank you, Satish, for your kind invitation, and Misra for nice introduction. So let me see if I can share my presentation. Let's see, what should I do? I share maybe the entire screen. Let's see what happened.
Yeah.
But it is not okay now. Maybe okay. Let's see. Okay.
Yeah.
Cannot see anything.
It's coming. Yeah.
It is coming, but I cannot see anything in the screen.
You can move to the slides.
Huh?
You can move to the slides. Now
Oh,
we can.
okay, okay. Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay, so even though I cannot see it, so this you are brilliant. Thank you, thank you. Okay, all right. I hope you can see my screen, right?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great, great. Thank you very much. Again, as I said, thank you very much. And it is particularly, I'm very pleased that I'm giving the talk on June 29, which is basically the birth anniversary of late Professor P.C. Moranovich, and who is considered to be the father of Indian national statistics, ISI, of course, and then National uh, Statistical Survey and all those things. And recently, actually, I attended a conference sponsored by ISI and International Association of Official Statistics. And one session was that democracy dies in darkness. And it's an important time now. And to support democracy, it is important to have reliable data. And there are many data, but thing is that we need to have reliable data. So this is basically the idea of my talk, how to uh, generate a better quality of data and how to assess the accuracy or uncertainty that we measure through mean squared error of our estimator. So this is actually a joint work and my collaborators, three of them from the Census Bureau. Okay, let me see if my, okay, and this is a standard disclaimer. Um, so, there is a little bit of a outline here, but since I don't have a whole lot of time, I'd rather skip this outline, and I will start from the key area, key items or ideas of of the talk. So we are talking about small area estimation. Well, what is small area estimation? Well, it is basically a branch of sample survey. So, national statistical offices around the world are required to produce reliable statistics for key variables. And it is not so difficult to get these reliable statistics at the national level for the whole country. But it is also important to have them in some, disaggregated levels, like maybe by states or provinces or districts or maybe by demography. And the thing is that the surveys, they depend on the sample size that you select to get your accurate estimator, and they are typically designed to produce accurate national level statistics. And the geographic and demographic domains or subdomains, they are essentially subpopulations of the big population. And when you look at the subset of the sample corresponding to the subpopulations, uh, the sample sizes are usually small. And due to the resource issue, one cannot go back and collect another bigger, larger sample corresponding to those domains. So the thing is that then if you rely on the estimates based on the sample from those domains, that sample size may be very small, and sometimes there are even domains or small areas where may not be any sample at all. And these examples are abundant, and we have seen many examples in the US Census Bureau, as well as you can find it in many other national statistics. So these statistics for the small domains are called small area statistics or small area estimates, and they are obviously due to low sample size or no sample size, they are highly variable, and so we need to improve by borrowing strength from other data source and other areas, small areas. And small area estimation is, in some sense, is nothing but the glorified idea of Stein's shrinkage estimation for estimating multiple similar means for many populations or many domains. So that's what it is. So we have to basically introduce suitable models and come up with a better shrinkage estimator. So here are some, the some ideas and notation. So what we have, basically the big population has been subdivided into M subpopulation subdomains. They are called small areas generically, and area I has capital NI units. And then the idea is, for simplicity, say we want to estimate or predict the finite population mean for the ith small area yi bar. We might also use the notation theta I for that. And to do this estimation or prediction, there are two popular classes of models depending on the access of the data. The data came from the sample survey, the unit level data for which you are measuring the y values. Sometimes may not be accessible, but if it is accessible, then we can use what is called unit level model for unit level response. And some traditional model is the Nestor regression model studied by these papers. The first two in the JASA, and the last one is the Annals of Statistics. And then we are using non-informative sampling, simple random sample of size ni, and that's what based on that we are going to make inference. But sometimes we may not have access to this the sample values themselves. what you have based on this sample size little ni, you might have some kind of weighted estimator, like maybe Hayek estimator or Horwitz-Thompson kind of estimator. And in that case, you have basically area level model or summary data, and there we use this area levels Fay-Harriet model. It appeared, 1979 JASA. So these are the two popular models, Fay-Harriet model and nested regression model, and there are many variations of those things. But I will focus in this talk on the Fay-Harriet model. But again, in the smaller estimation, there are two approaches. Obviously, in statistical inference, like the frequentist approach and the Bayesian approach. And I will not talk much about the Bayesian approach here. I'll focus on the frequentist approach, and that is based on empirical based linear unbiased prediction. I'll explain it in a moment. And empirical based linear unbiased prediction, which is a frequentist approach, and Bayesian, hierarchical Bayesian is a purely Bayesian approach. In between them, there is another one which is called empirical Bayes approach. And empirical Bayes approach was the one used in the original paper by Fay and Harriet. They borrowed the uh, concept introduced by or further studied by Efron and Morris. Okay. Um, so what we have for the Fay-Harriet model, as I said, that we do not have access to the unit level data, individual level response. Rather, we have for the ith small area some kind of average, which I denoted by capital YI. And supposedly capital YI will be estimating theta I most likely unbiasedly or approximately unbiasedly. So we have this decomposition yi equal to theta I plus ei, and ei is the sampling error of this model. And then, as it is, if you have no other information, you can use yi to make inference about theta I. Difficulty with that is that typically, depending on the sample size, if small sample size, the di, the sampling variance, will be pretty large. And if you have no sample size, and there is no yi to make inference about theta I. So now we are using a population level model for the theta I, assuming that there are suitable covariates, and those covariates X, they are sort of linearly related to the unknown quantity theta I. Okay, this theta I like the hidden quantity, like that, hidden parameters. And we are just proposing a model here. So theta I is not known, yi is known, xi is known. Goal is to make prediction of theta I. And here are some assumptions typically used, that normality there, and VIs are IID, normal like that. And some of these assumptions, especially for the VI, have been relaxed. Okay. Here we are also going to relax this assumption on this normality, but we'll keep the independence on the VI, and we will also assume that VI and EIs are independent. And xi is the vector of covariates, and beta is a p component vector of regression coefficients. And so here is some notation that we need. There is due to the independence that this sigma is the, if we write y as the vector of the sample estimates, then sigma is the variance covariance matrix of that vector y. And corresponding to that, based on the idea of best prediction under the squared error loss, you can find out that if all the model parameters are known, you can predict theta I by this quantity, yi, and then you have this the information coming from the regression function, because xi's are known. So assuming this parameter beta sigma square known, but they are not known. So next step is that suppose we know sigma square, but we do not know beta. So we estimate beta from the data by using a linear model, a weighted least square estimator of beta, and we plug that thing. So this is the base linear unbiased predictor. And it is a weighted average of the direct estimator and the synthetic estimator. And the BI is the shrinkage coefficient, and it depends on the magnitude of the sampling variance and the model error variance. If the model error variance is small, then you will shrink the estimator yi sufficiently towards the uh, uh, synthetic estimator or regression estimator. On the other hand, if DI is I mean, if not, I said that if DI is large, you will do it lot. If DI is small, you will not shrink much. So for doing the blob, you need to have the two moments, and to measure the mean square error. Here is standard decomposition. You are looking at it, T1i, T2i, and you can find the mean square error. And these are just function of the model error variance sigma square. The first term G1i depends on di and sigma square, and it is of order 1. And G2i sigma square, it will go down if m, the number of small areas, large. But the bluff here, this quantity theta I tilde sigma square, it depends on sigma square. So you still have to estimate that to make it so that you can use it. So estimation of sigma square suggested in the literature by the Prasad and Rao paper by this quantity. And if you look at this thing, this is basically a non-negative definite quadratic form, and you're subtracting some trace of some non-negative definite matrix. So it's possible that this estimator may be negative. Alternatively, one can look at the idea of Fay and Harriet. They also suggested estimating sigma square by this equation, that the q sigma square is a function of sigma square, and you solve that q sigma square is equal to m minus p based on the estimating equation. And it has if there is a solution, it has a unique solution, but it is possible that it may not have any solution. So anyway, once you have estimated sigma square, you just plug that thing in the blob, and you get the empirical base linear unbiased predictor. And then again, to measure the mean square error of the E blob, so this is a error in the prediction, and you just look at it, and mean square error is of this form under the normality of the random effects VI. You have the G1i, G2i I introduced already, and there is this third component in the purple color, and this is the one typically for regular kind of models, useful models. You do not have an explicit expression, and various authors actually presented approximation to this quantity, and typically they assumed normality for the sampling errors as well as the random effects VIs. So again, these are these expression, and once you have these expressions, you need to estimate the mean square error. The idea is that we have approximated the mean square error to the order of the terms, ignoring the terms of the order 1 by m. Okay, so now we have to get an approximately unbiased estimator of the same, and these are the one suggested in the literature. This popular one are for Rao. This is this quantity, and these expressions are given there. And there is a similar quantity when you estimate sigma square, the maximum likelihood estimator. This is in my paper with Partha Lahiri in Statistica Sinica. And if you estimate sigma square by the Fay-Harriet model, you can find the more details about this estimator of MSC in this biometrica paper with Professor Rao and a PhD student of mine. Now, the error terms, EIs and VIs are all assumed uncorrelated and normality, but they may not, the random effects may not be normal. Okay, so we need only the two moments to get the E blob. But to estimate the MSC, we need to have the up to the fourth moments of the sampling error terms and the random effects terms. And fourth moments means it's kind of you do not need the third order moments due to the independence of the sampling error and the random effects. So the higher order sampling error moments are usually not available. So we are going to assume a normality of the sampling errors, which may be okay. But at this point, I like to point out that there is a manuscript there floating around for many years, not published yet, by Chen, Partholahiri, and John Rao, where they assume non-normality for the sampling error and as well as the non-normality for the random effects. So under the non-normality of the random effects, but normality of the sampling error terms, you can, as usual, you just look at the decomposition and you can find the mid-square error. What we have in addition to that, the three terms we had G1, G2, and G3, there will be the fourth term, which is the cross product of the first term T1 and the third term in the red color and the purple color. And under the normality, that expectation is 0, but under non-normality, that expression is approximated by this quantity where gamma v is the kurtosis coefficient, excess kurtosis for the random effects. Under the normality, this kurtosis is actually 3, so that term drops out. And this expression was actually obtained by Lahiri and Rao in their 1995 JASA paper. And so this is basically the mean square error under the normality of the random effects, but normality of the sampling error terms. So Lahiri and Rao showed that if you estimate sigma square by this Prasad Rao estimator, I suggested many estimators of sigma square, but out of so many, like 3 or 4, if you use only the estimator proposed by Prasad and Rao, and if you also use the mean square error of the estimated mean square error suggested in this Prasad Rao paper under the normality of the random effects, a strange thing happens. Some nice thing happens is that the same estimator continue to be asymptotically unbiased for the mean square error of the E-blob even under the non-normality of the random effects. So good thing is that you know that this mean square error term involves this extra fourth term G4I, and that depends on the kurtosis coefficient, and estimating the kurtosis is typically very difficult, and the estimator of the MSC does not need estimation of the kurtosis term. If you look at here, this is the estimator which involves only sigma square estimate. So this is basically a very nice robustness result of the Prasad Rao MSC estimator under the non-normality. Now the question is, what would happen if one would estimate sigma square by using some other estimators other than these Prasad Rao estimators? And one issue with the Prasad Rao estimator is that it could be non-negative and it is also not the most efficient one. So what would happen if I use the Fay-Harriet estimator of sigma square or the maximum likelihood estimator of sigma square? So in general, we are going to explore that thing in this article, in this talk. Actually, I mean, this manuscript is floating around for many years. This is the one we are working on with my 3 collaborators. So what we are looking at a class of estimating equations for sigma square. We are going to estimate beta by the weighted least square estimator that I introduced earlier for known sigma square. And we are going to estimate sigma square. This is the additional estimating equation. This is an unbiased estimating equation. And if you use A equal to 0, you will get the Prasad Rao estimating equation approximately. If you use A equal to 1, you will get approximately the Fay-Harriet estimating equation. And if you use A equal to 2, you will get the estimating equation corresponding to the maximum likelihood estimation of sigma square under normality. So there is some interest in studying all these 3 estimators under non-normality under one umbrella. Okay. So we need to, under the non-normality of the random effects, you have this parameter sigma square and the 4th order moments of the random effects, and you can find the mean square error approximation like that. And this term G4I has actually a, a complicated expression for the other estimators. The G4 was derived in Lahiri and Rao for the Prasad-Rao estimator of sigma square, but for the others, actually, other estimator sigma square, we actually obtain it here. So to estimate the mean square error, actually, we can have analytical estimation because we can derive the G1, G2, G3, G4 expression, and we can replace the parameters by the corresponding estimate. Or a popular approach is when parameters expression of some functions that you want to estimate is complicated, people try to apply a bootstrap approach. So bootstrap approach was, proposed by many, in particular, like Fepperman and Correa in the Biometrica, and Hall and Mighty in a Annals of Statistics paper. So what we are going to do, that this is the leading term of the MSE, which can be estimated easily. We can easily evaluate that thing. And there is, if you use that thing, there would be bias term. These bias are of order 1 by m. And you do not need the expression of these things. You can account for that bias. You can estimate that bias by doing either bootstrapping, or you use the explicit expression for the BI and estimate the fourth order moments, and you get the MSE estimator. So we are going to study both what is the analytical estimator of MSE and the bootstrap estimator of MSE. So in the bootstrapping, the parametric bootstrap, what we are really doing, we are estimating that we are drawing the random effects from a distribution, which is basically not necessarily normal. All you need, because the MSE approximation depends on the second and the fourth moments. So we estimate those things, and you can match the second and the fourth moment. And from any discrete distribution, you can do that. And this is an idea you will find in Hall and Mighty's paper. They use 3-point distribution. So what do we need to introduce some smoothness in the distribution of VI? We generate this VI from a mixture of standard normal and a 3-point distribution. And we scale that thing and generate the sampling error from the normal distribution. And then we just use the VI star and TI star and estimated value of beta, and we get YI star. And once we have the Y star, then we apply the method, we get the predictor of theta I, and then you just do this quantity for the kth data set. You calculate the EBLA for theta I, and you just look at the difference. If you knew, because for the kth simulated data, you know the theta I values, and you have computed its predictor. You look at the difference, and you just average over many bootstrap samples. Okay, many bootstrap samples, you do that thing. I have a typo here. The case would be actually F. But anyway, then you can do the bias correction by this quantity. This is going to be your second order unbiased estimator. So what we are going to do, we are going to apply this thing to some real scenario. We are applying it to estimate the income and unemployment for many counties in USA. And the data for the counties, are obtained from this American Community Survey. And for some counties, the sample size is really small, and even some of the counties, they do not have any sample. So anyway, we are going to compare these estimators via simulation. So we are just like Lahiri and Rao. In the simulation, they used 3 distributions for the random effects. Normally, it's a traditional one, and we are going to use exponential. That will introduce skewness to the random effect distribution, and also kurtosis and excess kurtosis. And we are also looking at the double exponential distribution, which is symmetric, but still there will be excess kurtosis. And I'm not going to present these simulation results. Rather, we will look at cases, the setups that are consistent with certain US Census Bureau applications and a number of small areas. Okay. So what I have here, this is this table will take some time. Um, so what I have uh, 50 small areas. Like these are like the 50 counties in USA, and we look at cases. The sampling error variance says I am not presenting it here, and also I cannot present those things due to confidentiality. Those actually are representative of the sampling variances for the data that we get for some income data from the American Community Survey. Uh, and also, we are looking at the random effects VI variance sigma square. We are looking at three cases: sigma square equal to 1, sigma square equal to 10, and sigma square equal to 100. The last two may not be very useful because if sigma square is really large compared to the sampling variance, so what essentially it would tell you that you are not really gaining much from the model or from the data. But just to study these various estimators of sigma square, we are looking at these things. So what we have here in this first block of the table, so what I have the Prasad Rao estimator of sigma square, and then if you take k equal to 0, that estimating equation will give you similar to the Prasad Rao estimator, but it's not exactly that one. And when you look at k equal to 1, that's correspond to similar to the variate estimator of sigma square, and k equal to 2, that would correspond to the maximum likelihood estimator of sigma square. And then in these, the first block, these three columns that I have, is going to give you the three random effect distributions we are looking at. The shifted exponential, basically exponential distribution for the VI, and VI should have the mean 0. So you basically mean of VI will depend on the scale parameter, and the scale parameter we are assuming. So just and double exponential and the normal. And what we are looking at the empirical mean square error, based on 1,000 simulations, and we are for all the 50 small areas, the mean square error, empirical mean square error, and we are averaging these 50 empirical mean square error. So this is the mean of those empirical mean square error. And what you have, you see that thing that if you have the random effect distribution shifted exponential, you get this 1.47, and otherwise you get is like 1.45, and here it is 1.52. Okay, so this is basically accounting for the estimation of the model parameters and the kurtosis parameter. And so if you look at k equal to 1 or k equal to 2, you see that that mean square error is actually smaller than that you have in the first line for the Prasad Rao estimator. Okay, so maximum likelihood estimator appears to be more efficient. And in terms of the efficiency, if you look at it compared to the MLE, if you use Prasad Rao estimator, on an average, you will have the mean square error about 25%, 26% larger for shifted exponential. On the other hand, if your random effect distribution is normal, it's going to be about like 29% higher. On the other hand, if you go to the second um, row for larger sigma square, in that case, um, uh, these mean square error are still similar, but again, the MLE and the Fay-Harriet one has smaller MSC than the Prasad Rao. And so this is basically saying that using the Prasad Rao estimator of sigma square is, while it will give you robustness under the normality, but you're paying a price, compared to the optimal estimators. And then we are, this is the simulation. We have to estimate the mean square error. We have to estimate the mean square error, and we simulated, and we can estimate the mean square error in number of ways. One is basically the analytical approach, where we have explicit asymptotic expression of the mean square error that depends on the sigma square terms and the kurtosis terms. And we can estimate those things from the data. And we just estimate unbiasedly the mean square error. The other approach is basically you use a resampling approach, and there are two ways you can do the resampling. One is you can do the bootstrap, as I explained. It's a parametric bootstrap that you estimate the parameters of the model from the data, and then you use the model and the estimated parameters, and you bootstrap the parameters thetas and the data y from that estimated population, and do it many times, and you just use the bootstrap estimator of the MSC, and I provided a corrected version of the mean square error estimator. And other one is via a jackknife. Okay. How am I doing in terms of time?
Yes. So it will be great if you can wind up within 2-3 minutes, so that there is at least 2-3 minutes for interaction. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. This is actually, that's
Yeah.
why I have this
Yeah,
is
because there are only 4 minutes left. Total 4 minutes left. We have
That's right.
to
So
complete the
this is
session.
this. That's why I just moved up this slide. There are many
Yes.
more slides there,
Mhm.
but I moved it up. I'm sorry, if you
No
cannot.
problem.
I hope you can read this thing. Okay, so what I have here, I have the percentage biases of the estimator MSC for various estimate of sigma square. Again, m equal to 50, and scenario is similar to the one which is realistic for some applications in the US Census Bureau. So if we use the Prasad Rao estimate of sigma square, then if we have the random effect distribution is shifted exponential, then the percentage bias will range, the lowest one could be 64%, and it can go up as high as 1680. That means you have grossly positively biased estimator of MSC. And even if you look at the median or the mean of these biases, they are like 229 and 357%. That's really large. And similarly, if you use the other estimators corresponding to A equal to 0, which is like approximately Prasad Rao, and then 1 for the Fay-Harriet, or 2 for the maximum likelihood estimating equation, or J for jackknife, and B0, B1, B2, those are the corresponding bootstrap version for A equal to 0, A equal to 1, and A equal to 2. So if you look at here, if you go to, for example, say the bootstrap one for 2, or bootstrap one for A equal to 1, you see that there is some extent of underestimation here, like 14%, and overestimation, like maximum is like 16%. On the other hand, the median of your median percentage bias is like like -1 here, or mean is -1 or -3, like that. So all I'm trying to make the point here is that by doing this bootstrapping, you are actually you will be doing much better than the Prasad Rao or the other analytical estimators that I have it here, but I did not go through these things. And similar kind of things you will find in the other the second and the third columns here. So I will stop at this point, and I'll be happy to take receive your comments and questions. And thank you very much for your attention, and thank you, Satish, for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Professor Datta, for such an interesting and informative talk. And because of the paucity of the time, if there are quick questions from some of you, then you can please unmute yourself and ask the question.
This isn't a question, but I really admire the second order unbiasedness in the presence of non-normal error. That's remarkable.
Thank you, David.
Thank you so much. And since we do not have much time, so I would request all the audiences here to connect to Professor Datta if they have any query, question, or suggestion. And a quick query, Professor Datta, is it applicable to the medical and clinical data also? Because there, this kind of problem happens a lot. Because if you are examining impact of any particular drug or medicine on the patients, and there is such a diversity that of a typical type of a patient, there are very few. So whether we can apply this technique there also?
Absolutely, because I mentioned that this is like there is this empirical based approach or hierarchical based approach, and hierarchical based or empirical based basically modeling that several population, assuming some sort of similarity or exchangeability assumption. And if you look at in the clinical trial setup or comparing many hospitals, a lot of work by late Professor Karl Morris, and Morris and Christensen, they applied these things, and then Jiming Jiang and Sunil Rao, they have also applied these things for hospital setting data. You can apply that, and then one of my friends here in Emory University, Lance Waller, Biostatistics Department. This is absolutely applicable.
Thank you so much. So let us give a big hand to the speaker for such a nice presentation. Thank you so much. And now I would like to hand over the forum to the organizers. Thank you so much, Professor Kumar, for giving us opportunity. Thank you once again, everyone, for the patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Datta, for your very informative talk. And we are very much grateful to you, Professor. For yeah. Also, we wish to express our gratitude to Professor Sheila Mishra for for helping us through managing the session, chairing the session. We are let us have a let us move to the next session. But the next session there is a problem for the first speaker. He has some other commitments, urgent commitments, so that Professor Mullidharan is here to chair the session, I think so. And other speakers.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Satish, I'm here.
If other speakers, yeah, okay, Professor. Okay.
Thank
Welcome,
you.
sir. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
So you can start with the second speaker because it's a session consisting of 3 speakers, and if and the second and third speaker we can continue.
So Emmanuel is there on board.
I think
Emmanuel and Devendra Kumar, right? Emmanuel is there. Emmanuel, can you come forward? Can you show us your face, Emmanuel? The second speaker now today is going to be the first speaker, Emmanuel Okere.
His name is there in the list. I hope. Hello?
Has he joined? Please
Yeah,
confirm.
he's already joined.
Okay.
Name is there.
Let him take time because
Yeah.
he may be,
That's,
ready for 8:30 or
yeah.
so.
Yeah. Why? Since he's from.
We slow down.
Okay. Or otherwise, if Devendra Kumar is here, you can.
Maybe we can start with him also. Narendra Kumar?
David,
Devendra Kumar, sorry. Devendra Kumar. University of Delhi. Devendra Kumar.
So I shall contact him.
Yeah, please do it. Please do it. Okay, I'm here. No issue.
Yeah, bro. Sir.
Yeah.
Since last week there was some urgent problem, he will not be joining. So, can you please present now, sir? Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Yeah, sure. We are waiting, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Devendra Kumar, we contacted him and he needs 5 to 10 minutes for.
Okay. What about the other guy?
If Emmanuel is ready, we can start with him. Because there is that half an hour time schedule.
Yes.
Probably he joined. His name is there in the group.
Yes.
Emmanuel.
Yeah. I could see. His name is he has joined, but I don't know. He's not coming forward.
Anyway, Professor, you can share your anything if you want to.
It's all right. Even I had a very hectic schedule today, and for last many days I have been busy at many places. Today being in the National Statistics Day, I wish all of you the very best of National Statistics Day. It's with a good note, happy note. We had started a webinar on the same day.
Okay.
That's really interesting and important. And throughout the nation, there are a lot of programs going on this occasion.
Yeah, a lot of programs.
We also had some some program at our department, but somehow I could not join. There was some quiz competition, some presentations, some discussions, etc. today. And I hope you also had some program.
Yes. We have also other programs also.
Right. Yesterday, the other conference was ended yesterday, right?
Yeah, Professor. Today up to lunchtime.
Okay.
Usually we start this conference in the morning because of that.
That's right. This time you started from 3 p.m. onwards. Okay. I could see Kanchan Jain madam. Sheila Mishra has left, I think.
Professor Kanchan Jain is there in the group.
Okay. Jyoti Kumar, I know very few people. That's why I just looking at.
Jyoti Kumar is now in the USA.
Yeah.
Professor D.K. Ghosh also there in the group.
Yeah. Oh, Gosab?
Gosab is.
Gosab.
Yes.
Oh, you are there. Okay, sir.
Yeah, I am there.
Muralidharan, good morning.
Good morning, Muralidharan.
Yeah. Good morning and good afternoon and good evening.
You came just now. You came.
Yeah. Yes, it's okay. That's right.
You were somewhere busy with some other program.
Can you keep your camera on?
Yes. Sure.
What's up?
Yeah.
Actually, I'm at Chicago, USA.
Oh, I see. You
Hi,
are
Professor.
right now at Chicago.
Yeah, Chicago, USA.
Oh, I see. Namaste, sir. Namaste, sir.
Namaste, namaste.
Glad to meet you, sir.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, Kanchan Jain is also there.
Okay, madam. Namaste. Namaste, madam.
Namaste, namaste, madam.
We often meet at various conferences.
And also UPSC.
Yeah. Yes, yes, sir. Yes.
That is coming on probably.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm going on first. There is an assignment 1, 2, 3, July. So I had a lot of schedules to complete before I leave for. I saw many videos in from Kerala.
Yeah.
National Statistics Day. Even
Yeah,
the
yeah.
heroine Manju Warrior, Manju Warrior, le?
Manju Warrior, yeah.
Yeah, she also wished all the
Yeah.
statisticians.
Greetings to.
It was really good.
Yeah, yeah.
It
In
was
fact, it
really
is prepared through the Economics and Statistics
Economics and
Department.
Statistics Department. Yes, yes.
It is only due to Professor Satish Kumar.
Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah,
His
yeah.
efforts, sincere effort, 24 into 7.
It's really good. It's really good. Srinivas Rao is also there.
Yeah.
He was there.
He's there. He's there.
Yeah, Gede, Professor Srinivas Rao Gede.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Hi.
Thank you.
He's
Thank
there.
you, sir.
Devendra Kumar has joined. Okay, that's
Yeah,
very
yeah.
nice. Very nice.
Yeah.
So,
Devendra Kumar joined.
Yeah.
Hello, Devendra Kumar. Are you ready for presentation?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, I think we can take it up now.
Okay, before.
We had some changes in the schedule. First speaker is absent and the second speaker is not joined so far, I think.
Okay, okay. No issue, sir.
So you are ready for, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, over to Sadish.
Yeah, yeah, Professor.
You
Let
can
us
initiate. You can initiate.
okay, now we are ready to move to the next session and the last session of this today's.
Right.
Teresa, please. Teresa.
Yes, sir.
Teresa, please introduce
Okay,
the chair and do the needful for further proceedings.
Okay, sir. Hello, everyone. We are moving on to the fifth technical session of WSTA 2024, which is an invited session that shall be chaired by Dr. K. Muralidharan, Professor at Department of Statistics, MS University of Baroda. He is a Six Sigma quality professional from ISI Bangalore and was the Director of Population Research Center, Baroda. He was awarded Vijay Radhan Award for Excellence in Education and done meritorious services from India International Friendship Society. We are really lucky to have you, sir, for chairing the session today. So, with great joy and honor, I cordially invite you, Professor, to chair the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I think Sadish, any provision to introduce the speaker? Can you introduce the speaker? I think generally it is done by the organizer. Sadish. Others, please mute your mic. People who have joined online, please mute. Over to Sadish. Sadish, do you have anything to say about the speaker?
Yeah. In fact, speaker to chair is usually no problem, Professor. Dr. Devendra Kumar is presently the faculty member of Department of Statistics, University of Delhi. He's a very active researcher, and we always take his help through several respects. And in fact, we have given the biosketch of every speakers in the conference website.
Yeah, that's what I requested you. Okay, I know Devendra Kumar. I know him at many places. We have seen and met. Even I do visit Delhi University often, and we have been associated with each other. So nice Devendra, are you ready for
Yes, sir.
the? Over to you then.
Okay. Thank you,
Okay.
sir.
As such, it
Yeah.
is 30 minutes is specified as per the
Okay.
schedule. But if you want to extend for a while, for maybe for 5-10 minutes more, I don't mind. But even you can even complete before that also. So it is up to you to decide.
Okay. Okay. Okay, sir.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
sir.
Yeah. Over
First
to
of
you.
all, I thank you, Professor Satish Kumar, for inviting me and invited
Thank you.
talk. And thank you, Professor Muli Dharan.
Thank you.
And very good evening, all of you.
Okay.
Sir, my slide is visible.
It is visible now. It's visible. Right. If
So today,
okay,
my
keep it in the slideshow mode. Slideshow mode. Full view mode. Okay,
full
I think
view
it is
mode.
okay. Fine.
Fine. Okay, sir. Okay, so today my talk entitled an extension of log logistic distribution, properties and different method of estimation with applications. So the introduction, the literature on study distribution theory, especially in the area of the universe distribution, is started with the vast collection of absolutely continuous universe distributions. These days, almost on a daily basis, a new universe distribution being uncovered. A prominent reason is that existing list of the distributions cannot adequately fit a data. In many real world scenario, including but not limited to survival data analysis, environment, economics, medicine, etc., there is a clear need for extended form of classical probability model. So in the literature, several new techniques have been advocated to develop a new probability distributions, starting from a classical, well-known distribution. See, for example, generator approach developed by Inwin et al. 2002, John 2004, and many others. So the need for skewed distribution result for almost very every branch of physical and biological sciences, engineering, biomedical sciences, because the data are likely to be arising out of symmetrical populations. One of the most popular log logistic distribution, the log log distribution heavily used to analyze the skewed data. The log logistic distribution may assume either the reverse J-shape or unimodal, and hazard function is either decreasing or inverted water. For permanent detail, see Johnson et al. 1995. In the past 2 decades, numerous extensions of log loss distribution have been advocated from the point of view, the model various observed phenomena, where the usual log loss distribution fails to provide the adequate fit. So the two-parameter log loss distribution is defined by the cumulative distribution function, this equation. Here we present an extension of log loss distribution with the 3 parameter. We use the power transformation x equal to by power 1 by delta. To add one more parameter log loss distribution, the 3 parameter power log loss distribution of the CDF is provided in the form of equation 1, and the associate probability density function and hazard rate function, quantile function, is given in equation 2, 3, and 4. So this is the graphical representation of the hazard PDF and hazard rate function of power log loss distribution. So figure 1, we can see that the power log loss distribution can assume various shapes such as unimodal, reverse J-shape, and right skewed. So figure 2 is the hazard rate function. So figure 2 display the variety of possible shapes of the hazard rate function or the power log loss distribution for some selected value of parameter delta, beta, and alpha. It can be deduced from the figure 2 that the shape of the hazard function of power log loss distribution could be decreasing and upside down depending on the value of the parameters. So next we provide below the characterization result of power log loss distribution, which is given below in the form of the lemma. So if we put lambda equal to 1, beta star equal to 1 by beta, then the power log loss distribution reduced to the 2-parameter phase distribution with parameter alpha and beta star. And again, beta lambda equal to 1 and sigma equal to alpha, the power log loss distribution reduced to the generalized Pareto distribution with parameter alpha and 1. And power log loss distribution delta equal to 1, alpha and beta inverse, then sigma dollar distribution. And by follows power law distribution delta equal to 1 alpha and beta inverse. Then K by is power log distribution with delta equal to 1 K alpha and beta inverse, whereas K is not equal to 0 is a constant. So this is the characterization of power log distribution. Next result, the limiting behavior of the power log distribution PDF and its hazard rate. The associate proof, the simple and extend the excluded. So lemma 2 says that the limit of power log distribution delta alpha beta inverse density function and the hazard rate function x tends to infinity is 0, and the limit x tends to 0 is given by in the form of equation 5. So the mode of the probability density function power log distribution is given in equation 3. Evidently, the analytical solution of the mode is impossible. So consequently, the mode has to be computed numerically. For example, using the uniroot of with the help of R software. So next property is log concavity. So the power log distribution density function given in equation 3 is log concave for all alpha greater than 0 and lambda less than beta. So log convex for lambda delta is greater than beta. So the proof is given in the equation 7. So we observe that from equation 7, for all choice of alpha is greater than 0, delta less than beta, and all x lies between 0 to infinity. Consequently, the following logical implication hold for the extension of the log distribution. So fx is log concave, implies that survival function is log concave. Fx is log concave, hazard rate is also log concave, and symbol probability density function log concave. This number CDF is log concave. So fx is closed under convolution. So fx is closed under the weak limit. In addition, it is also implies that distribution is unimodal. So since the quantile function of the power log distribution are closed form, alternatively, we can define the measure of skewness and kurtosis based on the quantile function. The Galton skewness as defined by Galton 1883 and the Moore kurtosis defined by the Moore 1988 are given by in the form of equation 8 and 9. So we observe that when the distribution is symmetric, s equal to 0, and when the distribution right is skewed, s is greater than 0 or s is less than 0. As k is increasing, the tail of the distribution become heavier. Moreover, the substituting the value of 6 by 8, 3 by 8, 4 by 8, 2 by 4, 5 by 8, etc. in equation 3, one can obtain an exact expression for the quantile base equation and kurtosis for this distribution. So on using equation 4, substitute p equal to 6 by 8, 2 by 4, and 4 by 8, the expression of the quantile base skewness for the 3 parameter power law distribution will be given in equation 10. So we observe that since 1 by 3 ki power delta by beta less than 1 for any choice of beta, so delta beta and delta s lies between 0 and 1. However, beta is much less than delta, that is beta is negligible, small as compared to delta. Then s is equal to 1 equal to 0, that is the distribution will be symmetric in such a scenario. So next property is hazard function property. The theorem 3 says that the hazard rate function is always decreasing for any choice of alpha, beta, delta belongs to the real number and delta greater than beta. So the proof of this theorem given in the form of equation 11. So from equation 11 is quite evident that right hand side will be negative for any choice alpha, beta, delta, and with delta is greater than beta. Therefore, we can say that the hazard rate is decreasing. So next, we found out the movements, though the relevance and significance of movement in statistical analysis, particularly in applied work, hardly needed to be emphasized. Let x be a random variable, follows power log distribution, then the parameter alpha beta and alpha beta not theta. This is alpha beta lambda in alpha. Then ith movement is given in the form of equation 12. So equation and the central movement mu r is associated cumulant kr and x can be determined from the equation 12 respectively with the help of this formula. So consequently, the skewness gamma 1 equal to k3 upon k2 ki whole power 3 by 2 and kurtosis gamma 2 equal to k upon k2 square can be computed from second and third and fourth standard cumulants. So Next, we calculate the movement genetic function, characteristic function, and cumulative genetic function in the form of these equations. Both exist if and only if one is greater than j beta divided by delta. So this table shows the this table we include the variance, mean variance, skewness, and kurtosis for the different value of alpha. So in the next property, this is incomplete movements. Let x be a random variable with PDF equation given in equal to 2 and the survival function sx equal to 1 minus fx be associated survival function. Then the nth order incomplete movement of power log velocity distribution can be given by this formula. And next equation, by using equation 2, we can derive the incomplete movement with the help of equation given in equation 30. So among the several application on important application of the first and incomplete movements related to von Froni Lorentz curve, von Froni and Gini indices at the first provided the definition of them. So assume that by is continuous random variable with PDF G and CDF capital G, let G inverse denote the quantile function. Then the expression for the von Froni curve and von Froni index, Lorentz curve and Gini index of a random variable Y will be given in the form of these equations. Respectively, where G inverse U be the evaluated numerically from equation 4 for the given probability. These measures are quite useful in income modeling, economics, demography, insurance, engineering, and medicine. For example, a useful application of the first incomplete movement referred to the mean residual life. And them the right waiting time given by WT equal to this one and WT1T equal to respectively. So next important properties given in order with the help of the in the form of the order statistics. Let x1, x2, xm be the random sample from the density function given in equation 2. Further assume that x1 less than x2 less than xm be the corresponding order statistics. From this random sample, the PDF of the rth order statistics given in the form of this equation and the corresponding PDF given by the following equation. So it follows that this is the probability density function of the power log rth order statistics, PDF of the rth order statistics of power log velocity distribution. And this equation 414 is the kth movement of the order statistics from power log velocity distribution. So the following result related to characterization power log velocity distribution based on the order statistics. If delta equal to 1, beta star is 1 by beta, equation 14, we get the kth movement of the order statistics for phase distribution with parameter alpha and beta star. So this is the kth movement of the rth order statistics from phase distribution. And delta equal to 1, equation 14, we get the kth movement of order statistics for log velocity distribution given by the following equation. So next we consider the large sample distribution of the smallest order statistics. To obtain the large sample of distribution x1n, we take the help of theorem the 8.3.6 of notably, since f inverse 0 equal to 0, it follows from the theorem that the asymptotic distribution of the sample minima x1n is not for fracture type. The large sample distribution of x1n will be of the Bibel type of parameter delta eta is greater than 0. If limit epsilon tends to 0, so f xi x upon f epsilon, this is x e power n for all x greater than 0. So by using the L-Hospital rule, we it follows that with the following equation. So consequently, we can say that the large sample distribution of the smallest order statistics is of the Bibel type with shape parameter delta by beta. Or the order statistics from power law distribution as given equation 2 can be used to characterize the associated density via Ricard value. Conditional expectation of the first order statistics, etc., among others. So next, we calculate the method of estimation. So we include the several method of estimation for power log velocity distribution. The first is maximal likelihood estimation. So this is the likelihood function of the power log velocity distribution given the form of equation 15, and the log likelihood, take log both side, the log likelihood function of power log distribution given by equation 16. So next we differential log likelihood equation with respect to alpha, delta, and beta, and equating to 0, we get the following equations. with respect to delta, given in equation 17 with respect to alpha and with respect to beta. So it is evident from equation 7 to 19 that these equations are non-linear and do not possess the closed form analytically tractability form. Therefore, any interactive formula such as the Newton-Raphson method or simulated can be used for obtain the estimate. So on the uniqueness and existence of MLE, so since the density function 2 cannot be written in the form of regular exponential family of distribution, it follows that the power log loss distribution does not belong to the regular exponential family. Therefore, the sufficient condition for the existence and uniqueness of the maximum likelihood estimate of the parameters of the regular exponential family, see for example Brown chapter 2, cannot be applied here. So to examine the existence and uniqueness of the MLE, alpha, beta and delta, we consider the following. So at the first one can observe that the following. So from equation 17, limit alpha tends to 0, delta log L divided by partial derivative of log likelihood function equal to infinite, and delta tends to infinity is 0. This implies that the derivative is decreasing function which has unique root delta cap 0 to infinity. And from equation 18, alpha tends to 0, the derivative log with respect to alpha is infinity, and alpha tends to 0, the derivative of the likelihood function is 0. This implies that the derivative of del upon del log alpha with decreasing function which has unique root alpha cap 0 to infinity. And equation 19, the derivative limit beta tends to 0 infinite and 0. This implies that the del log L upon with respect to alpha decreasing function which has unique root beta star belongs to 0 to infinity. So next consider with the double derivative with respect to alpha and with respect to beta in given equation 21 and with respect to delta in the given equation 22. So next partial derivative alpha and beta given in 23 and delta beta given 24 and delta alpha is given in 25. So here the associated observed Fisher information matrix given in the this form, and where eta is the parameter space and where j alpha alpha and j beta, j delta delta, j alpha beta, j beta delta by the following equations. So next we consider the determinant of associated Hessian matrix, which is given by in the form of equation 26. It can be shown that alpha cap, beta cap, delta cap, and parameter space this equation 26 greater than 0, and consequently the log likelihood function log L has absolutely maximum at point alpha cap, beta cap, and delta cap. So next method we have considered the maximum product spacing distance estimation. So for the estimation of the newly added unknown parameter, a maximum product spacing approach is taken into consideration, authored by Chen and Amin, 1979. It seeks to maximize the geometric mean of the spacing in the data and can be used as an alternative to the MLE approach to estimate the parameter continuous univariate distribution at nearby the data point of cumulative distribution function. The estimator produced by the maximum product spacing distance estimator approach by the asymptotically normal, consistent and effective as MLE. The invariance property of the MPSE was examined by Antonov in 2005, who demonstrated that it is the same as the MLE. Let us define the spacing for the power log loss distribution in the form of equation 27. So the MPSE delta cap, beta cap, and alpha cap of the unknown parameter alpha, beta, delta, and obtained by maximizing the function with respect to the delta, beta, and alpha, given the form equation 28, 29. So the estimator of alpha cap, delta cap, beta cap, and alpha cap of the unknown parameter delta, beta, delta are obtained by solving the following non-linear equations. Given in the equation where delta 1, delta 2, delta 3 given equation 30, 31 and 32 respectively. Next, the estimation method is weighted least square estimation. The method of WSE of the parameter delta, beta and alpha are obtained by minimizing the function and the given in equation 33 with respect to delta, beta and alpha. So these are the linear equations with respect to alpha, beta, and delta, where delta 1 and delta 2 and delta 3 are given in equation 20, 21, and 22 respectively. So next we consider the approximate confidence interval. So in this section, asymptotic confidence interval for the model parameter have been determined. The MLE of these parameter cannot be obtained explicitly. Thus, using the asymptotic property of MLE, the approximate confidence interval have been obtained the inverse of variance covariance matrix given in the form of equation 34. Thus, the 1 minus lambda percent asymptotic confidence interval of the parameter alpha, beta, delta are respectively obtained by this formula alpha cap, beta cap, delta cap respectively. So next we consider the bootstrap confidence interval. So remarkably, the bootstrap resampling method yield better accurate result when obtained the confidence interval for small sample sizes. For the unknown parameter, two different parametric bootstrap confidence interval have been created in this section. The following procedures are used to create these bootstrap confidence interval. So first one is boot P confidence interval. So this subsection present the construction of the percentile parametric bootstrap confidence interval. The following algorithm was used to create these interval. So step generate the bootstrap sample using MLE, compute the bootstrap MLE alpha cap star, beta cap star, and delta cap star. And step 2, repeat step 1 up to the time to get. And third step, rearrange all the MLE obtained by step 2 ascending order to obtain alpha cap, beta cap, delta cap. Thus, the 1 minus lambda percent boot P confidence interval of the parameter alpha, beta, delta are respectively obtained by these formulas respectively. Next, we consider the boot T confidence interval. So when the effective sample size M is too small, boot T confidence interval have been created using the following procedure. The boot T confidence interval have been formed. So step 1, generate bootstrap sample and corresponding MLE of the parameter similar to given in step 1, boot P confidence interval. And step 2, compute the T statistic for the unknown parameter alpha, beta, delta. U1 alpha k minus alpha divided by square root of alpha cap, U2 is beta cap, and U3 is delta. So repeat step 1 and 2 B times and obtain U1, U2 up to UV. And step 4, rearrange all the value obtained in step 3 ascending order to obtain the T boot confidence interval. Thus, 100 minus lambda boot T confidence interval for the parameter alpha, beta, delta are respectively obtained by these formulae. So next we consider another method of estimation, that is Bayesian estimation. So in several scenarios, a model parameter are not flexible, and the fluctuates which causes some variability in the model parameter. So Bayesian analysis take a parameter unpredictably into account using the data that is at present accessible. The Bayesian technique enable us to take prior assumption about the parameter into account. In this subsection, we will derive the Bayes estimator alpha, beta, delta with respect to the squared error loss function. Let sigma be the estimate of the parameter, lambda then self is defined by equation 35. So recall there is a symmetry in the self. Moreover, the posterior distribution, the mean is Bayes estimator under self. Observe that the conjugate prior are absent in this case. Kundu and Pradhan 2009 state that we thus assume the independent gamma prior for the unknown parameter. We consider alpha tends to gamma AB and beta gamma CD and delta gamma PQ. Then the joint prior density function can be expressed in the form of equation 36, where A, B, C, D, E, F greater than 0 are the hyperparameter, which can be determined using the formula given in Datta and Kyle 2024. Now coming equation 36 and 15, the joint posterior density function can be written as in the form of equation 37. Thus the Bayes estimate of any function parameter alpha, beta, delta with respect to the self can be denoted by in the equation 38. So we observe that it is not possible to obtain the Bayes estimate alpha, beta, and delta in the closed form. Thus we will employ the MCMC technique to compute the approximate Bayes estimate in the following subsection. So this is the MCMC method. Here MCMC approach will be employed to compute the approximate Bayes estimate of the parameter under cell from the posterior density function given by equation 37. We obtain the following conditional posterior densities in the form of equation 39, 40 and 41. So here the above density function cannot be written in the form of well-known distribution. Thus, the MCMC sample cannot be generated from these densities. So, Metropolis Hastings algorithm utilized to obtain MCMC sample from the conditional density function. So, the Bayes estimate can be obtained by using the following step. So, these are the choose the initial value alpha 1 equal to cap, beta cap and delta cap, generate the sample from the normal distribution as this one. So, these are algorithm for the MCMC technique, set I equal to I plus 1 and so on. So, simulation study, it is difficult to investigate the obtained expression for the estimate analytically. As the result, a numerical analysis carried out to compare the various estimations defined earlier related to the power log loss distribution. So in this section, we evaluate the performance of the different method of estimation discussed in the previous subsection through Monte Carlo simulation. The absolute bias, mean square error, point estimates had been evaluated to perform the estimation method, and the point estimate average width and coverage probability have been obtained to check the performance of the point estimation. So in this simulation study, 10,000 random sample of size 20, 30, 50 and 1,000 and 100 and 200 are generated from the power log loss distribution. We have considered the different choice of the true value alpha, beta, delta 1.5, 0.5. These are the combination of the parameter. So we have obtained both the classical and Bayes estimate of the parameter. In the classical estimation, we have considered MLE, MPSE, maximum product spacing estimator and WSE method. For interval estimate, we obtain 95% asymptotic confidence interval, boot P, boot T and highest posterior density credible interval for the model parameter. In the case of Bayesian, the hyperparameter have been chosen by using the formula by use Datta et al. All these simulations have been done by using our software. The table 2 contain the absolute bias MSE for the point estimator under the various choice of n and parameter value. Similarly, the average breadth and coverage probability for the point estimate have been calculated in equation in table 3. From these table, the following conclusion can be made regarding the performance of the different method of estimation carried out in this case. So this table, I report the absolute bias MSE of the different classical and Bayesian estimate under cell for different value of parameter alpha, beta and delta. So this is the choice of the parameter n and MLE alpha, beta, delta, MPSE alpha, beta, delta and WSE and Bayes alpha, beta, delta. And table 3, we report the average width and coverage probability. And AIC boot P, boot T and HPT credible interval for different value of the parameter alpha, beta, delta. So the first column represents the choice of the parameter and sizes N and ACI and boot P, boot T and HPT. So from table we clearly observe that the absolute bias of MSE decrease with the sample size increase, and based on absolute bias of MSE, in general the Bayes estimate give the better result than the classical point estimate. Among the classical estimate, MPSE perform better than the other classical estimate. And from table 3, it can be noticed that the average breadth decrease with the increase of n, and based on average breadth and coverage probability and HPT credible interval perform better than other interval estimate. In case of confidence interval, boot T outperform boot P and ACI, asymptotic confidence interval. Next, we consider the real life data application. So in this section, we compare the performance of some of the generalized distribution model comparison for the power log loss distribution using real life data. This data set focus on the time of failure of electronic device study by Alden 2020. The data set can be found below in the equation table. Table 4. To fit the data set, we proposed power log loss distribution. The goodness of fit test has been conducted using Kolmogorov, Smirnov, KS test distance and corresponding p-value. And these value are 0.1377 and 0.8397 respectively. So figure 3 is the empirical CDF plot, probability plot and quantile QQ plot for the real data set. From these value cast statistics and the graphical represent, we can consider the data set further analysis. So this is the empirical CDF, fitted power law distribution and empirical quantile. And table 5, we report the point estimate and associated standard error of the different classical and Bayesian of electrical device data. So first is estimate MLE, MPS, WSE, and base alpha, MLE, and standard error. So table 5 represent the point estimate of the parameter based on the given data. So from table 5, it is observed that Bayes estimate perform better than the other estimate based on the standard error. And table 6, we include the asymptotic confidence interval, boot P, boot T, and Bayes length. And so table 6 indicates the interval estimate of the parameter based on the given data set. So from table 6, it has been observed that HPD credible interval perform better than other confidence interval. So this is the histogram of the PDF. Histogram PDF with density function and ECDF and QQ plot. So we fitted the following distribution to take a data set: the power log load distribution and log loss distribution and logic distribution, each distribution fitted by the method of maximal likelihood estimate. The value of the Akai information criteria, Bayesian information criteria, BIC, L, KS distance, and P value used to compare the selected model as the measure of goodness of fit. So table 6, we report the AIC, BIC, P value, and KS distance for power log loss distribution, log logistic, and logistic distribution. So table 7 lists the value of the following statistics. The smaller value of this criteria better is the fit, then the greater P value is better fit. So for this data set, our model is good fit. So in this study, we have presented the new absolutely controlled distribution named as power log loss distribution, which is obtained by generalizing the log loss using a power transformation. An apparent reason of generalized classical distribution is that they give analyze the more analytical freedom of examine real world data with a variety of shapes. And we have observed that the power log loss distribution is more flexible than the existing available probability model. Several of the useful structural properties such as order status and entropy measure have been discussed. In addition, estimation of the unknown parameter of the proposed model are carried out using 4 different methods of estimation, including the method of maximal likelihood. We observed that the general estimation under the Bayes paradigm by using the natural conjugate prior provides better estimate and compared to the estimate obtained under the frequent approach. So to examine the efficiency of power log loss distribution, we fitted the real data of the time to failure of electronic device and found that it provides better fit than the other competing model. A bivariate and multivariate extension of proposed power log distribution can really be the computation complexity. However, one has find the real world motivation before we can deep into this. So these are my references which will use in my study.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Devendra. Okay, let me leave to the audience if they wanted to make any comments or questions. Audience, you are welcome.
Sir, I have a small question.
Please.
Yes, please.
I think in lemma 2, you said limit of the density and limit of the hazard function. They are same.
In lemma,
I think. Was that lemma 2?
Can you go back to that slide?
Yes.
Limit of density and limit of hazard are same. That's what madam.
That's what he said.
Yes. Please go back to that slide.
Page 10.
I think my slide is visible or not?
Yeah, it's still visible. You just go back. Okay, yes.
Go to page 10. Just see if it is there.
Page number 10. Page number 10.
Yes.
Go back. Go back. Go back.
Maybe I am wrong
Just
about
wait.
the page
Okay.
number.
Page number
No,
10.
not this.
Lemma, which one?
No, sir.
Previous one.
Yes,
Okay.
this one.
Yes, this one.
This
Limit
is
of fx and limit of hx.
you are saying limit of the density function and limit of the hazard function, they are same. Why is that happening?
No, ma'am, I think some is typing mistake. I will check.
Because even your statement says that.
The limit of power density function, hazard function.
This is a really surprising result.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I will check. I will check, ma'am.
Okay.
Another, can you go ahead? I think where you put values of P.
The choice of values of P.
P, small p.
Yeah. No.
No, not here. Next page, I think. Here.
Yes, this one. Yes, ma'am.
You say you substitute P as 6 by 8, 2 by 4, 4 by 8.
G, ma'am.
Are 2 by 4 and 4 by 8 not same? Is it a typo
yes.
or?
Yes, this is typo error.
Okay. I thought, how are you getting different things for same values of P?
Yeah, 2 by 4 and 4 by 8 both are same.
Okay. Then another thing, can you go ahead? I think that also must be a typo then. Here, yes, previous
Just
one.
that. Go back.
Previous one. Here. No, that one maybe.
Forward.
Yeah. Here you say alpha, beta, delta, beta. Is this again a typo?
Yes. Beta is 2 times. Yes, typo.
Yeah. You have 3 parameters.
Yeah, 3 parameters. Yes, ma'am.
And once you make a mistake, then copy and paste makes some other mistakes.
Yes. This one. There are only 3 parameters.
Okay. And when you were applying MC, what was your burn-in period?
Sorry, ma'am?
Burn-in period. When you applied MC.
Right.
But 10.
Did you check in burn-in?
Yes, ma'am. I have not included the graph.
But you checked?
Yes, ma'am.
Burn-in period, yes.
Okay.
That's important.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Devendra.
Okay.
Nice talk. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments, madam.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the audience? If not, I will ask a couple of questions. Now, have you used any kind of Nelder-Mead algorithm for maximum likelihood estimation? Or you name the which you have used? Devendra? Where is Devendra? He left? Oh, where is Devendra?
Maybe some problem.
Yeah.
Can't see him.
Yeah, probably some problem, network issue.
Maybe he lost network.
Sadish, can you establish a communication with him? Yes, Devendra. I have a couple of questions. Your mic is mute, I think. Devendra. Okay. Devendra?
Yes, please.
Okay. Have you used any kind of Nelder-Mead algorithm for maximum likelihood estimation?
No, sir.
If not, which kind of algorithm you have used? Because convergence will be a problem here.
For simulation study.
Yeah, simulation study.
Newton-Raphson method I have used.
That is, it's really interesting because this thing goes in limit, right?
Yes.
Convergence used to be a problem in this case. Okay, no issue, no problem. If you are getting a unique solution through Newton-Raphson method, that's fine, good. But check it again.
Yes,
okay.
Sir.
My another important question, the final one.
Yes,
You
sir.
have done the estimation part completely, including Bayesian and covering all those aspects. What about
Yes.
testing? What about testing or hypothesis?
No, sir, I am not included in the testing of hypothesis.
Don't you feel that it should be included?
Yes, 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 sir.
Okay, please try.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I request okay, you are not all online, so please give him a good appreciation, please. Good presentation. Thank you very much. Over to Satish.
Is it published?
No, no, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. Satish.
Yeah, Professor. Yeah. The other person, Emmanuel, is
Yeah, where
not.
is Emmanuel? Yes, he's there.
Yeah. I think he's from Nigeria or some other.
Yeah, he's there. Has he joined?
But earlier he was there in the
He was
list.
there, but now he's not seen. He's
Yeah.
not seen there. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, his mail, we got his mail. I have sent a mail, no
Ah.
other way of contact. So I sent a mail.
Okay.
I
No
got the
issue. Then
mail.
that means we have
So
to bind up here. We have to bind up here. That
he
means,
will be
right?
here. He will be available probably. He mentioned that way.
Okay. He will be available? He will be available today?
Yeah. Yeah, in a few minutes he will join.
Okay then, fine. We'll wait for a few more minutes.
Anyway, fruitful discussions are going on. That's fine.
Okay. Yeah. We can invite someone from the audience. David Banks.
David Banks is there. Yeah, he
can,
with us. Yeah.
because he might be knowing that today we are celebrating National Statistics Day, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe we can ask his comments on that, whether he knows Professor PC Mahalanobis or not. See, the WhatsApp has created a lot of hue and cry on National Statistics Day. Many comments are coming from various groups.
And several types of function is also going on.
Yes.
In Kerala also, someone mentioning among the public also, they are going several things.
I see. Hey, that's
I
good.
think,
That's good. Yeah. गुरसाब कुछ बताइए सर. आज नेशनल स्टैटिस्टिक्स डे सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हैं, वहां पर कैसे है सर? हाउ इज द सेलिब्रेशन देयर? Did you visit any universities there? Sir, am I audible to you? Gursab.
Sir, Ghosh,
Gursab, आपको सुनाई दे रहा है सर?
म्यूट है उनका माइक.
हाँ, अनम्यूट करो सर. सर आपका सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है कुछ भी. मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ, क्या हालत है उधर? गोर साहब,
छुट्टी है आज, तो छुट्टी है ना.
यस नाउ इट्स ओके.
आज तो छुट्टी है, हॉलीडे है यहाँ.
Oh, Saturday, Sunday is holiday. Oh, that's right. Yes.
No celebration.
No celebration, nothing. Okay.
Save yourself from COVID because it's spreading in America.
Yeah.
Here in India, at present is.
It's going to be everything. You can swing it in the force. Doesn't fit you right. Once it fits you, then it's fine.
So now we are going for some function.
Achha, you are going for a function, okay.
So SMLS function, sports function.
Oh, okay.
Within 5 minutes we'll be starting.
Oh, okay. When
So
is your
thank
talk,
you.
sir? Tomorrow?
Tomorrow
When
we
is
are
your
meeting.
talk? When is
Tomorrow
your
we are
talk?
meeting.
Day after tomorrow.
Day
Day
after
after
tomorrow.
tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, I could not attend that. My student presented my finding, our
Oh,
findings.
yeah, Professor. Yeah, we
So
mentioned about your.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
That is why I mentioned my remarked earlier about the
Uh,
whether is anything you have to add. That's why.
Actually, I was expecting my talk will be somewhere on first or second. I was
Oh,
prepared for that because these
okay,
2 days, is very hectic, including
okay,
tomorrow.
okay, okay.
Anyway, my student was ready.
Yeah. I think the Professor Hannagal and you in a session.
We're in the same session, yes.
So that, yeah,
Shinde chair.
they say
Shinde chair. Yes.
so that
Me and this
different
Hanagal
experience.
were always together.
Yeah.
Most of the cases.
Yeah.
Devendra Kumar, there
Yes,
are
sir.
some interviews going on at your place.
हाँ ये सर ये 2 तारीख में 2 में 3 जुलाई 2 जुलाई एंड 3 जुलाई
ऐसा कुछ है. Is it a permanent position or it's CS?
परमानेंट पोजीशन
Permanent position. Okay.
There are a lot of appointments are going on, isn't it?
Going on,
हाँ
yes.
ये सर दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी
Delhi University, yeah, great.
Second and third.
सेकंड एंड
Second
थर्ड
and
में
third.
Second for assistant.
नहीं सेकंड एंड थर्ड बोथ आर एसोसिएट एंड प्रोफेसर सेकंड जुलाई देयर इज अ प्रेजेंटेशन एंड
Okay,
थर्ड
second is
जुलाई
September.
देयर इज अ इंटरव्यू
Okay, 2 days process.
यस मैम
I think Professor Emmanuel has joined, isn't it, Professor?
Who?
Ah. Hello, Professor Emmanuel. Michael Opkara, University of Agriculture, Umdike, Nigeria. Emmanuel Okere?
Sir, he is not joined, sir.
He has not joined.
Not joined. Okay.
Yes,
Yes,
Emmanuel has
he's
joined.
joined.
So his
Yes.
name is there. That's why
Yes, he's coming.
Emmanuel. The name is there.
Hello, Emmanuel.
Or whether any network issue there.
Could be. Emmanuel has joined.
So he mentioned
He is left. No,
he
he is left.
joined within few minutes, and there is some connectivity problem, network
Okay.
issues there. That's why he wants to join.
Okay. We'll wait for.
Yeah.
ओ जैन मैडम
हाँ जी
जैन मैडम
हाँ जी सर
आपके वहां पर क्या है स्थिति नेशनल स्टैटिस्टिक्स डे का सेलिब्रेशन हुआ क्या
सर एक टॉक हुई थी मॉर्निंग में
बस अच्छा है टॉक हुआ है अच्छा
ऑनलाइन
ऑनलाइन में ओके
somebody from Central University of Rajasthan delivered the
oh
talk.
that is Jitendra Kumar maybe Jitendra
Anji.
Kumar है ना yes okay we had some quiz competition then presentations YouTube presentations on PC Melanobis
Okay,
and
so we have summer break now.
okay yeah, also you have summer
You
break
have summer break
okay.
at this time? Yeah.
Oh, that's the reason. We have resumed our academic year. Already started.
Our university is reopening on 8th
July.
July.
Oh my God. It's too late.
It's very hot here, sir.
Who is it? Chandigarh.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Chandigarh is very hot. Delhi, Chandigarh.
But it's anyway now it may be cool. Yes, it started raining.
It has not started raining yet.
I see.
Sometimes it's cloudy, but it's not raining.
Okay.
Maybe by next week we get rains.
Possibly.
Hoping.
Yeah.
Hoping. So there.
In Baroda here also. Yeah, we are also getting rain now.
Okay.
For last 2 days, season has changed.
Hello, hi, Manuel.
I think I saw his name.
Yeah.
This may be someone
sir,
else.
he's joined. Sadish sir, he's joined.
Yeah,
His
yeah.
name is
Okay.
here.
Tell him to come up. Emmanuel.
Please switch on your camera. Or he's trying to speak, but there is network issues probably. Or otherwise that the camera on. One camera is switched on, and that may be someone else. Okay.
Yeah.
Probably, yeah. They are switched on through some other email ID.
Possible.
Professor Srinivasa is in Tanzania. Is he still in Tanzania? I think he's there.
Professor Gede.
Srinivasa Rao.
Good day. Okay.
Srinivasa Rao. Is he still in Tanzania or?
Yeah, he's still there. Why? But he's not here. Probably there are also network. He's here in the group, but not
Dinner
responding.
time. Actually, it's dinner time.
Yeah, probably dinner time.
You take, I think, late dinners these days. His efforts are to be really appreciated, Professor Satish. He works so hard.
Conduct 1 or 2 conferences every year, I think.
Yeah.
Minimum 2.
Really appreciate. And he remembers everybody.
Yeah.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, Professor.
That is the
thank you,
best
sir.
part about you. So
Anyway.
I'm also retiring in September.
I see. This September. Okay, I see.
Yes.
Is it now? I heard that as per the new rule, wherever your birthday comes on the same month, you will retire. Is it like that?
Sir, like my birthday is on 14th September. So I will retire on 13th September.
Oh, yeah. Not in October, right?
No.
I see.
13th.
13. Yes.
One day before your birthday.
One day before your
They
birthday.
ask you to go out.
Yes.
Long time, sir. I have spent 44 years. 44 years in this department.
As a student, come teacher.
As a teacher, sir.
As a teacher, okay. As a teacher.
Yes.
54 years.
44.
44 years. Ah.
Yes.
So I joined when I was not even 21. I joined in 1980 as a teacher.
Oh my God.
Long innings.
We are happy to have your association, madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sure. Great.
I'm looking forward to the day when I will be somewhat relaxed.
No doubt. Any plan to continue for?
Sir, I'm not planning to join some institute where I
Okay.
have to go from 9 to 6 or
Yeah,
5.
that's the thing. Yes.
Biometrics, I don't want to go
Right.
there. So some freelancing, we'll see.
Yeah, maybe yes.
I'll rest for a few months and then
That's
I
right.
will take up something.
What happened to the guy, Emmanuel? It's already 9 past.
Everybody is waiting for him.
Yes. Satish, you
Yes.
take a call. You have to take a call now. What to do?
Okay. Hello, Emmanuel. I think he joined and left. That's what happening. Let me to contact him once again. Otherwise, we can stop. That's
Stop it. Okay. If you want to make a try once more, please do it
once more.
first.
Yeah, bro.
Yes.
Sir. Once more, we can try.
ഇല്ല. Shall we end the session, Professor? Shall we end? Hmm. Ah. Number ഇല്ല നോക്കട്ടെ.
Any progress, Satish?
ഇല്ല ജയ്.
Satish, please unmute. Satish, please unmute.
Sorry, sir. Sorry. We have only email contact with him. So while sending email and he wants to wait some more, we shall do. I shall join within few minutes. But it is not possible for him. There is
So better. I think we will stop for today because it's too
yeah,
late
bro.
now.
We
So
can
maybe
give some slots.
exactly tomorrow and day after tomorrow.
If
Yes,
possible.
I
Yeah,
think that's good.
that's
Good.
fine.
Okay, so you can now formally close the event then.
Yeah, Professor. I shall. Okay. Once again, I'm calling Emmanuel. If it is not possible for you to join with us today, let us to
Close the event.
conclude the session. I would like to extend our gratitude to Professor Muralidharan sir
Thank you very much.
for chairing this session. He has waited for several times, minutes, and also Devendra Kumar is lucky; he has got more time to present the presentation. And anyway, we are very much thankful to you. Let us give a big clap to the speaker, Devendra
Thank
Kumar.
you. Yes.
And Mulindran sir for chairing this session.
Thank
We
you
are
very much.
very much
Thank you.
grateful to you, sir.
Thank you.
You have to help us more time,
Thank you. Thank you.
and we expecting your support from especially Kajan, Professor Kajan, Madam, Mulindran sir, and others.
Thank you very much.
Let us conclude today's session, and let us meet tomorrow morning by before I think tomorrow at 9. Kundu and Somesh Kumar.
Thank you very
The
much.
session is over. Yeah. Once again,
Thank you very much.
expecting.
Good night.
Thank you. Good night. Good night, Professor.
Good night.
Good night. Bye. Good night, sir. Bye. We need your support tomorrow also. Please join tomorrow. Okay. Bye. Thank you all. Thank you, Process. All. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Devendra Kumar. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.